This is Allison Rozak, President Rozak. It is 6:01 on September 8th, 2020. I'd like to begin the meeting of the Committee of the Whole for the Village of Shorewood. It looks like we have one major agenda item for tonight, and that is a budget overview. And I believe that our budget director is here to give the presentation.
I'm here whenever you're ready.
Go ahead, Mark.
Good evening. Thank you for coming a little bit early today to start our budget overview process. If it's the will of the board, what I'd like to do is to go through pretty much a page at a time, our budget overview materials, pause for questions or comments, and then kind of move through it in that fashion to give everybody an opportunity to inquire as we go through. Does that sound reasonable and acceptable to everybody? Allison, you're muted.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. Just for purposes of, for the new trustees, when I was new, can you just lay out how the budget is going to go from here after this meeting, so people know if you ask a question, is it going on a list, or how does it work in general?
Well, this is really the budget overview, which is really just the summary presentation. When we get into the Budget and Finance Committees, Trustee Amenta is the chair of that committee, and she'll be able to outline the process of how to manage those discussions. I can certainly take some broad questions at this point, but the nuts and bolts of the budget are at the subsequent meetings, the Budget and Finance Committee meetings. Again, if you have an item, typically, if you have an item that seems to be some interest in additional discussion, we keep track of those, and then we kind of loop back to them after we've had a chance to go through all of the items. We call that a wrap-up session, and the group decides, which way they want to direct staff to amend the budget, the proposed budget for the public hearing at that point. So,
yeah, Mark, I would just add, if there's specific questions for the new trustees, we do go through each budget unit. So if you have a question on a specific budget unit, it's probably best to wait till those meetings that are coming up in the next month. Also, because we'll have the department head there and they can give us more specific information. And then we call it the list. And if there's something that anybody feels like, I want to come back to this, I want to discuss this further. So we don't have to make all our decisions as we're going through. We can just sort of throw things up on the list, and then we'll go over them and sort of come to decisions later on, which kind of relieves the pressure. But yeah, this meeting is just for Mark to kind of give us a big, broad overview. And I'll shut up now. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I've given you excerpts for tonight's materials in the board packet out of the full document. So our overview starts with the cover page of Executive Overview, page 6. Page 7 then is the start of the transmittal letter, which has, again, some very broad-based general information for the village as a whole. I guess the point of the transmittal letter is really to set forth, how staff prepared the budget, to maintain current service levels as we expect them to be in the coming year, to use sustainable budgeting practices related to one-time revenues, a certain amount of process to our expenditure and revenue estimations, and then also to kind of go over that, we've had some discussions about our fee schedules. We've had some discussions about alternate revenue sources and diversification of revenues, and those have been laced in leading up to this point. So, we've covered a fair amount of ground, kind of setting the table for the 2021 budget. which will start out then on page 8, which is our 10-year levy history. The first disclaimer here is, somebody want to call on Trustee Carpenter?
Oh, I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to say thank you for adjusting the home value up to $320,000. I think that's just a little bit better to compare to. So I know that was different from last year. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Absolutely. So even though the proposed budget is just the starting point for the board to deliberate towards the ultimate adopted budget, the proposed budget does comply with the state levy limit requirements as indicated by the bullet point on the top of page 8. The starting point of discussion is a 4.2% tax levy increase as the budget is currently compiled and structured. Clearly, we expect that number to change as the board contemplates the various aspects of the budget. But that's the sum of the totals, if you will, from all the other pages to follow. There's not any other questions on that page. I can move on to page 9. President Rozak, you're muted.
Okay, I forgot to ask the clerk if the meeting was properly noticed.
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law. All trustees are noted present with Trustee Warren excused.
With Trustee Warren excused. Thank you. And then one question for Mark. You're saying this is over time, and I see. So is this showing this year's proposed budget is 4.25% levy increase? And
compared to 2020, that is correct.
Over last year's. And each year's, where do we find those? They're not listed? Or are they?
Well, we haven't done any long-term comparisons. It's typically a year-over-year analysis that tends to be the primary focus.
Oh, okay.
I could certainly run some numbers for you if you'd like.
I don't think you need to. There's a graph that I have on my Facebook page that shows it. I think I got it from you last year. It just shows year after year. But this will do for now. Thank you very much. Trustee Carpenter.
Thank you. I just want to say, as we're kind of kicking off the whole budget discussion, at the school board's annual meeting, they voted for up to a 3.9% increase. So just for kind of comprehension and discussion, I think all of that money comes from the same place. So looking at a 3 up to potentially a 3.9 from them, and then a 4.26 from us. That's a lot in a really difficult economic time frame. So I just I have some concerns for residents as to how that will play out. So just want to. I know things will change as we go through everything, but just kind of as we're kicking off the whole budget discussion, I just want to make sure that we all are knowing, the full picture of what else is happening out there.
All right then. On page 9 is a 10-year history of our budgeted staff positions that are included within the budget. I'd like to just focus on in 2021, the police and public works numbers are in a burgundy font. That correlates to the footnote on the bottom of that page that both of those divisions are budgeted with a 0.5 FTE vacancy factor already built into the budget. I'd also like to note that the change from the previous year is 0.3 FTE, which incorporates the 30% of the contemplated construction coordinator position discussed at the previous meeting. So that's already in the budget. for you to consider. The next page, on page 10 then, is just a little different look at the organization of expenditures based on expenditure type. Again, this is all funds, so some of the stuff below the subtotal for operating, gets into the debt and capital. But again, just a different way to look at the budget, different information you can garner from that. Again, our intent is to provide as much information as we can while maintaining a reasonable expectation of being readable and understandable to the parties involved. Any questions to that point? Okay, then.
I have a question, Mark. So that 0.3, or was it a 0.3 part that was for the DPW, right?
That's correct.
Construction coordinator. So I think at the last meeting, the proposal was for a full-time job, and now the proposal is for a third of a position?
Sure, if I can respond to that briefly. The proposal was to add a full-time position, but only 0.3 or 30% of that was to be charged to DPW. The rest of that is envisioned to be charged to our capital projects.
That's right.
As that person will be doing work that may have typically been contracted for project coordination and project inspections.
And so
only
then
0.3 of that position.
Would we expect professional fees then to go down?
The professional fees in this segment relates more to attorneys, insurance brokers, IT services. The professional fees in the engineering division related to capital projects. Those are embedded within the total project cost and not separated. But yes, the expectation is with the addition of this position, we'll be able to accomplish more in-house, presumably better, and hopefully for a slightly less cost than contracting external engineering support staff.
And so I'll be able to see that reduction in costs somewhere else, right?
Not immediately. We will certainly review that when we start getting into our long-range plan next year and the prospective impact that might have on costs. Again, the idea is to build in an in-house resource in lieu of contracting out new and different people every year for the various capital projects the village engages in. So that's a certain quid pro quo there. It's not meant to be a dramatic reduction. We suspect it will be a slight reduction, but.
Because I thought it was like 155,000 a year. So I won't see that number in this budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, last year, or maybe it was the year before when I first took office, we were presented with how to get to a 0% budget. It was just a one-sheet, one-pager, and it was very helpful of here's where we're at 4.2% or whatever you're estimating right now, and this is the amount it would take to get to a 1% tax rate or 2%, or so it was a breakdown. It was very helpful to us. We also did worksheets that were very helpful to get us down below 1%. Do we have those available this year?
Yeah, they'll be coming up shortly.
Okay, sounds great. Anybody else have a question? Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Well, here we go. Moving on to page 11 is our impact of the proposed tax levy with a grid that will show you the various impact points of prospective percentages of budget there. So again, our current budget is $496,209 over last year. If you want to get down to a 1% tax levy increase, you have to get all the way down to $116,484. That's it's the third or fourth column from the left. Does everybody see where those data points come from? And then all the way to the far right is the ultimate per dollar impact per household that each one of those alternatives would produce to a $320,000 property owner.
So if I'm reading it correctly, at what you're proposing, what the administration's proposing, we'll have about anybody with a $320,000 house in assessed value would have their taxes raised about $95 a year for our portion of the tax bill, which is 20-something%. Not then the rest of the taxes entities can also raise their tax bill. But then if we got down to 0%, or if we could find a way to cut expenses in this budget by 200,000, you know, or so, and we got down to 2.5%, we'd be at $53 at the end of the year for our portion of the taxes on the residential tax bill.
That's exactly the information this table is designed to try to provide trustees as kind of a guide to the various objectives and
it has to be
goals of the budget process.
So it's really the 1, 2, 3, 4th column. Right now, if I want a 0% tax increase for our portion of the village person's tax bill, I need to cut $496,209 from this budget.
That is correct. One curious note there, it always seems to come up during budget discussions on the bottom of page 11, is that sort of rule of thumb that a $5,000 tax levy increase equates to approximately $1 per household in taxes. So again, it's a little tidbit. It's not a hard mathematical calculation, but it's a pretty reasonable approximation of, you know, when you're considering the various things throughout this process. That's kind of the rule of thumb metric that staff's been using for the last several years. Moving on then to page 12, it's just a brief summary of where we see our utilities in the coming year. Again, for the parking utility, this budget already anticipates a decrease based on the general consensus of the last special meeting of about 40% of revenues in the parking utility. We're not going to propose any structural changes until we get some actual data moving forward, whatever the board ultimately decides. But that's already anticipated in the budget. The water and sewer utilities are both predicted to stay stable in relation to rates. We're not looking for any rate changes in the water or sewer utility budgets in the proposed materials. A little disclaimer there, future outlook. As everybody knows, we've got a substantial amount of infrastructure work planned in the coming years, and ultimately that will put pressure on utility rates looking 2, 3, 5 years out, that type of thing. So it's pretty much all that page is trying to provide information on. Page 13 then is the start of just our general fund overview. Again, we're getting away from the all funds, looking at just the general fund now. So that's your biggest window there on page 13. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the nuances of why there's some movement inside the general fund budget. We'll cover them in part today and in later slides. We're still looking at compliance with our unassigned fund balance policy of maintaining a minimum of 30%. Our current projections with the proposed budget is that number will be 36.97%. Obviously, we know that we're still only projecting our 2020 budget, so it'll move slightly, but we feel fairly comfortable with our projections that it should not move significantly. So that is a point of compliance that we look at as a organization, as well as our bond rating agencies. They look to make sure that the village maintains compliance with that policy. Page 14 is a couple of charts. Again, gives you the visual picture. On the left is revenues and the village's very strong dependence on property taxes to pay for any kind of cost or service level increases. On the right shows how our expenditures, police and other public safety combined is about 60% of the budget. Public works about 23%. General government about 12%, so on. Again, just kind of setting the table for context as we go through this process. You know, just a general big picture of how that budget looks through this type of a lens. Pages 15 through 18 are some summary points, high-level summary points of the department budgets. They're provided for presentation purposes. I'd prefer to go past those pages now. As Trustee Amenta indicated, we'll really get more into the departmental information when we get into our next session. If you have a compelling question on those pages from your previous review, I'd be happy to take it, but otherwise I would like to move then to page 19, which is the chart that President Rosick indicated that shows what your 10-year history of tax levy increases has been as a percentage.
Can I just ask a question on how you projected the parking revenues? Because I saw on clerk customer service, you took out Oakland Avenue Y, Wilson W, East Capitol, North Oakland, East Shorewood, Bumper, and then it set up to 103,500, but then you budgeted 125. So you're budgeting, I guess, so in the general fund, so you're showing a deficit in the parking utility, but in the general fund, you're showing that it'll be a wash.
Well, in the clerk customer service division, it shows about a $20,000 increase in revenues.
Yeah.
So correct. That's pretty consistent with what our analytical templates were for the parking utility shift. Should the board take action this evening, is that it would increase some general fund revenues here. It would have some decreases in revenues in the police department budget for the concept that with more people being permitted on the streets, that they would receive fewer citations. So those are the two places that impact shows up in the general fund.
Okay, so the decrease in parking fines from 420 to 380, you're saying will be due to what you're projecting based on the
fewer overnight parking citations. This is a general feel that expanded on-street parking would result.
Okay, we should get into a discussion about that too. We'll get into more detailed discussion. I just had that question.
Oh, absolutely. So page 19 does show your trends there. You know, I think overall the village has been very successful in keeping the levy increase less than 2% per year over a long term. Again, that's with some pretty substantial health insurance increase, which are a significant part of the budget over time, as well as the just other general cost pressures. So I think that's a very solid accomplishment. You're taking a 10-year look at things to stay under 2%. And then this year, of course, we'll work that number to, I'm sure, something much more amenable than a 4.26% that we started out with for discussion purposes today. Again, this at the bottom of this page summarizes that we are in compliance with the state levy limit with the proposed budget. So in that respect, there's nothing needed to be compliant with that. We will have some challenges with expenditure restraint eligibility if the budget is not modified, but we will address those in budget wrap-up once we get a sense for the will of the body on any proposed amendments.
Mark, can I ask on the change in levy, what was the year that we had the mistake in the assessment? Because if you look back on page 8, in 12 we're at 8.8 million, and then we jump up to 11.9, and then there's adjustment down to 10.6. But weren't all those years, didn't that have to do with that assessment error?
Yeah, there was an assessment error that made us go very high one year and very low the next. So we offset those errors in our tables here for presentation purposes to show the net impact of those over time without getting that big jagged dip and spike. So that has been adjusted for the error to reflect what is the actual operating impacts for the tax levies in those years. I believe that was 2012 and 2013, if memory serves correct, or 2013, 2014.
Okay, so these are adjusted for the error, so they don't correspond to the numbers on page 8. Right?
They should. It's the same table.
Well, like 13 to 14 is 0.97%, so that's a 1%. You're saying it was almost a 1% increase in levy. But here, anyway, just look at it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what yes. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yes, you're absolutely right. In 12 and 13, there was that anomaly. The table has been adjusted for that. The numerical data the chart has been adjusted for it. The table with all the numerical values has not. So yes, thank you.
Okay.
So you're saying, sorry, the chart on 19 does reflect that discrepancy has been adjusted on page 19 in the bar chart?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So then on page 20, again, it's a review.
Mark, I just had one other question. You mentioned that we're reaching our tax expenditure limit, not the levy limit. So I think we're real proud that we're not reaching our revenue limit, but if you can't spend any more money, that's a problem too. And so if we're that close to reaching our expenditure limit, you said we'll discuss that at the very end, depending on how we want to go about the budget. Are you talking about things such as switching things off of property taxes that we had a list of in front of us at the very beginning of budget about 2 budgets ago? I think it was garbage collection. There was some other, maybe it was fire, or something about fire, I don't remember. But are those the things you're talking about? And if so, why are we waiting till the very end?
Well, it's been staff's general takeaway is that the body prefers to go through the budget and make their evaluations on what to fund, what not to fund, and once you get to collectively to a point in that process, we may very well be within our expenditure restraint limits. Again, staff doesn't anticipate adopting a budget with over a 4% tax increase. The village has never done that, so, but we will monitor the progress of that, and certainly those types of options, as you described, President Rozek, would be potential solutions both to tax levy issues and expenditure restraint issues, but that's only one of many items that the board could potentially consider.
And last question, I apologize. What you said we're certainly going to get somewhere below 4%. What number do we have to get to and where we exceed our tax expenditure limit? Like, what's the cutoff there?
Well, I will tell you that anywhere between here and where the board settles, there are ways that staff can advise the board to manage the tax levy that would allow us to qualify for expenditure restraint. The challenge with those techniques is they are not sustainable budgeting practices, and they extremely limit any future flexibility of the board. So again, as we get through that process, I believe the number I was looking at was about a $240,000 increase is compliant with expenditure restraint.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
If that's of any assistance.
Yep. So 240, about 240, and you wouldn't have to be doing any maneuvering.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, as I have a couple of repeat tables here. I'm sorry for those. I meant to remove some of them for this presentation. So page 20 is a repeat of I believe, page 8 that we were previously referring to. It does correspond with some of the data on page 19, which is why it was placed in this position originally. And we do add a couple of comments at the bottom of that page for our final publication. That's just a narrative of the numbers in the table. Page 21 again is your revenue and expenditure summary, and page 22 is those charts we looked at briefly. And again, I meant to delete those for this presentation. I apologize for failing to do so. Page 23 is where a little more of the nuts and bolts of the budget metrics start coming in for the general fund. And here we take a look at the general fund and start breaking it down into components, providing some context for the board for significant things that are going on with the budget that drives some of those numbers. So on page 23, we start by taking a look at the revenues as a group. And again, you know, we did briefly mention that the most significant things were in fines. We're programming about a $50,000 decrease collectively in parking enforcement fines. Some of those are in outright citations. Some of those are in the administrative fees that go with past due items. And then in other revenues, interest earnings available to the village have really bottomed out again. So we had made some progress back in the middle of 2019 into you know, the early part of this year. But as you might expect, if we're able to issue bonds for 1.3% interest, the amount of money we can earn for the investments on our reserves is much less than that. So we've had to reduce our estimates for interest income in 2021 by about $65,000. And again, that reflects the investments we actually do hold and what we anticipate with our maturing investments, what we're going to be able to reinvest those funds at current rates. So I've taken a real good look at that, And I don't want to underpromise, I don't want to overpromise. I feel that that's a pretty good approximation of where we expect to come in 2021.
Anybody have any questions? 'Cause I have one. Can you hear me, Mark?
I can hear you.
Okay, so for fines, our actual fines during COVID, well, let's see, I guess COVID was in 2020. So our fines went down for fines or parking, is that correct? Like vehicle fines?
That's one of the biggest components of fines, yes.
Okay. I'm just shocked that we're proposing that it's only going to go down. It's going to go down by 8%. So total number 40,000. No.
About 50,000, yeah, give or take.
I mean, if we're off on that, some of the biggest some of the people for parking where we made, I'd love to see the chart at some point during the budget process that shows those people who, not people, but the numbers where most of our money is coming from parking tickets that are older than 5 days old. So isn't it after 5 days, we double our fine? It's something ridiculous, a short period of time. And that's where we've made, go ahead.
Oh, I say my understanding of the process is the typical overnight parking violation is $25. And after 10 days, there's a $10 late fee. Again, that's existing processes. Yeah, a fair amount of people don't make the 10-day window, but it is not what I would call a dramatic revenue push in the context of the $500,000 amount. You know, definitely late fees are an incentive for people to pay their parking fines, and they do generate revenues. I would be happy to look up and see how much late fees were received in 2019 to give you a little better context of that, if
Sure.
you find that helpful.
I would, because when we looked at it 4 years ago, it was exactly the opposite of what you're saying. It was the majority of the fees that we got for parking were from those who paid late, because after 5 days, at that time, maybe we changed our policy, but the fine doubled. And so if it changed, that'd be great to know. And if it didn't change, it'd still be great to see those numbers of where are we getting the most money from parking fines, and are those, more than likely they're the same people who are going to buy a permit. So that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure, I will make every effort to get that information together for our meeting on Monday. Any other questions on that big summary page there then? Otherwise, we can move on to page 24, which is our general fund expenditures. Again, this is a high-level summary of expenditure by the 8 major categories that we identify within our budget. We do identify the change between the 2020 and 2021 budget, both in dollars and percentages. The other thing that we find helpful in looking at the budget is to understand how each category adds up as part of the whole. So salaries on the far right shows it's 34.5% of the total expenditures in the general fund. Fringe benefits 16.1, and so on down the list. So we hope that provides value to the trustees and to the public as we go through this process. And the next several pages will break down each one of those categories, and I hope to be able to give you a little general information on why some of these numbers are moving the way they're moving for the 2021 budget. So on page 25 then, we start looking at our salary and wages. We've got 3 components to that. We've got police, we've got public works, and we've got all others. The 2021 base budget is built on a 1.5% cost of living staff wage adjustment for 2021. Again, both Public Works and Police are presumed to be have a half of full-time equivalent or 6 months of vacant staff time in the budget. So we are not budgeting for full position, for full employment. We are already budgeting for some transition in staff members in Police and Public Works. The DPW Public Works budget does include the addition of that 0.3 FTE position, which is why those numbers bounce up a little higher than what you would expect for a 1.5% cost of living adjustment. Similarly, the police have a lot of new officers working their way through the contracted wage scales, and those are all adjusted for wage grade plus anticipated cost of living increases for the next union contract. So they, again, will tend to compound themselves, again, with a lot of new officers moving through their union contract wage scales. There are a couple of staff allocation adjustments in the 2021 budget as well, particularly with the village manager department, which brings a little more of that time into the village managers and a little less allocated to external sources. I believe it's Appendix A or B has the details on that for your reference. When you get your full budget document on that, you can kind of take a look. We show a 3-year history of the staff allocations in that. So that's kind of the moving and shaking components of the salary and wage category, and how that breaks out between the 3 subsections there: police, DPW, and all others.
Mark, I just had one clarification, and I say it every year. Just because we put the vacancy in DPW and in police, in general, if you had a vacancy in the general government and not in police, doesn't that count? We just needed a place to put it.
Well, I would suggest that if we had a vacancy in the general all other category and there weren't vacancies in police or DPW, that we would share that information with the board if it came time to replace a person in one of those, that vacancy factor has been met in the general all other category. So I think that's probably the most likely way that would work.
Okay, so I mean, you can meet that vacancy factor through any department, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, can you and
Oh,
Tyler?
I'm sorry.
I have a
Trustee Amenta and then Trustee Bockhorst.
Can you go over the merit? I know we changed it to every 5 years you get a bump, but so is that starting? Did we start that as of last year when we implemented it, like that was year 0, or if you were in your 4th year last year and now you're in your 5th year, then you get a bump this year? So Tyler, can you explain how we're phasing that in and exactly how it works?
Mark, you want me to go?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so what we have is every 5 years, an employee can receive up to a 4% bump in wages. So I believe Mark has the anniversary table that he reflects all those wages accordingly in the wages and salaries line item for each department.
So, but it didn't start like the clock started when we adopted this. It was like if you were an 8-year employee, you didn't have to wait 5 years. You only had to wait 2 years, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
So
would
it should,
be
so it
point
should
of
be
information.
basically, there should be the same number of people every year getting it, essentially. Because your odds of being year 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 are all,
Yeah,
should
we
be-
might, I mean, obviously we might have some people, more in one year than another, just based on how many people we had start in a given year. But more or less, when you average out the 5 years, it'll average out to be the same.
Okay.
So would the 4% increase be on top of the 1.5?
Yes, that's in addition. That merit advances them through the pay range.
And what was the reason for that strategy?
So when you get a pay range is advanced, or the minimum and maximums of a pay range advanced by COLA. So for example, if you have an employee that has a pay range, let's say of $50,000 to $60,000, over 10 or so years, you need a mechanism so you're not stuck with a $50,000 to $60,000 pay range still. So every time we have a COLA, what I do is I adjust the minimum and the maximum by COLA. So let's say we start an employee out in this example at $50,000 at the minimum. So when they get a COLA adjustment, they get in this example, it'd be 1.5% with what's proposed with this budget. But the minimum is also bumped up 1.5% too. So the employee would still stay at the minimum. The reason why you do that is because if you don't adjust the minimum and maximum, employees are going to be well out of their pay range within a few years because of just the COLA adjustments. And COLA is only a cost of living adjustment. It's not based on experience. It's not based on performance or anything of that nature. So really, we call it merit, but really what it is it's a hybrid step system that allows employees to advance through their pay range based on their years of experience as long as they're meeting expectations. And we've structured it that it takes them a good, probably about 20 or so years to get from the beginning of the pay range to the end.
And so was that the goal with staff retention or what?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted an incentive in place for employees that stay around every 5 years. There's some step systems out there that maximize an employee after just a few years, and then they're only eligible for COLA after the fact. We wanted something that rewards employees for staying around every 5 years, but also it's still tied to performance. If we have an employee that's not meeting expectations, they don't get that increase and they stay where they are at in the pay range.
Trustee Stokebrand, I suggest that if you want further information, it took me a couple of rounds to figure out what exactly you're asking, and I didn't support it. And so it's very difficult to understand, but if you would, we could take it offline before the next meeting and maybe
Right.
get together with Tyler and
I
understand it
agree.
better.
And I'm assuming all these, the police, so what we're describing as hybrid step system is for non-union employees, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Bockhorst?
Okay, thank you, President Rozak. Also, just wanted to say to the point before about, and thank you for your comments on this, Trustee Stokebrand, regarding non-union employees versus union. So leaving a vacancy in the budget to fill budget gaps, I understand. I mean, people will differ on whether or not they find that as a best practice. But one of the things that some of our newer trustees need to know, and the public as well, is that, due to Act 10 and Scott Walker, the union negotiating for the union employee, well, they're still union employees technically, but not really under the union purview, is that police and fire are completely different from your other public service employees. So, I mean, we have a contract and we have to negotiate the contract with police and fire, whereas the rest of our public employees can be done in-house. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I mean, I think Act 10 was terrible for many, many reasons. Nevertheless, so, keeping a vacancy, quote unquote, and putting it in wherever doesn't really mean a police vacancy, because that is a much, much more difficult vacancy to obtain than a public works or others. So I would caution anyone in the budgetary practice of saying, okay, we want to plan a budget around a vacancy, because really what that's going to mean is that we're going to cut either a DPW staff member, we're going to cut someone internally, we're going to cut something. That does not mean most likely, like 90%, or, you know, the probability is very slim that that would be from either police or fire. So I just want to make that clarification for all of us here. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Moving on to page 26 then is our next major category of costs within the budget, and that's fringe benefits. We've got about 7 categories or buckets per se of fringe benefit costs. Again, at the top of the fringe benefit heap is health insurance. We did get a favorable response from our health insurance provider this year that our health insurance will be held at a 0% increase for 2021. But as in every year, we do have enrollment changes as we churn through various employees and prospective open enrollment issues that come up. So again, budget to budget, based on current status of employees and employee participation, there is still a slight increase in health insurance costs in the 2021 budget that is almost exclusively due to just enrollment changes with staff. Social Security and WRS, again, big costs. Those will tend to go with wages. There was a slight increase in the WRS rates for police departments, which nudged that a little bit higher than our wage increases in general. Retiree benefits is actually declining. You know, we have had a backlog per se of prospective retirees in the system in police and DPW over the last 7 to 10 years, or at least people who were eligible. Those folks have started to retire over the last several years. Our list of people who are eligible to retire has been declining as we have more and more newer, younger employees that are not going to be eligible for retirement until 20 years from now. So the retiree benefits is expected to decline as we'll have more people aging out of the post-employment benefits than joining onto post-employment benefits. So that's a trend we hope to see continue. We should still have several more years at, relatively speaking, the current levels, but looking further ahead, those numbers are expected to continue to decline in the 5 to 10 year period. We do consider professional education and employee benefit for budgetary purposes, so that's listed here. And again, the primary source of the increase in professional education in 2021 was a commitment by the board for $10,000, at least in the proposed budget, for EDI training with Sam Coleman in 2021. Other than that, most professional education remained the same as in 2020 budget. I can tell you that our projected amounts for 2020 are down significantly due to a lot of training opportunities being canceled. We'll see what 2021 presents as far as those various conferences and education opportunities, but budget-wise, we're still hoping that we can partake in those training sessions for staff to stay up to date in their field. Questions?
Yeah, I just have a question about that. So the training funds that were allocated for 2020 and were not spent, does that roll over for 2021, or where do those funds end up? Or,
Well,
and
at
it's
the
not
end of
just
the,
for training, sorry.
yeah, at the end of the day, you know, we have a lot of revenues and revenue projections. We have expenditures and expenditure projections. And when we adopt a budget, those two numbers are equal. Revenues and expenditures, we have a balanced budget. If expenditures go up and revenues go down, we have a deficit budget, which will reduce our fund balance at the end of the year. If revenues go up and expenditures are on target, it would increase our fund budget. If both go down, which is likely to be the case this year, then depending on which ones goes down more predominantly, you may have a budget surplus or budget deficit, which at the end of the year then will roll to our fund balance, which then goes back to that general summary page on for the general fund that talks about fund balance and how much of that's available within our 30% targeted policy levels. So we're hoping if things continue as projected that we will have a budget surplus this year, even though we have had some revenue shortfalls. We've also had a couple of unique opportunities this year with some permit revenues, and there has been cost savings in things like school crossing guards. While that reduces some revenues, it also saves on some costs and the like. So I hope that answers your question.
Mark, go ahead, Trustee Carpenter.
Sorry.
I want to just go off your.
So with that being said, with those funds that have not been, that will go into the general fund, are we, instead of increasing that fund balance, is there a plan to use those funds in any way for 2021? I don't know if that was your question, President Rozak.
Sure.
And can I go off? Go ahead.
I say for the last several years, the board has been trying to control the amount that they levy for for debt service. So we've been using the fund balance that we currently have to stabilize the amount we levy for debt service, because again, we're coming over the top of a hump from, I think it was from 2015 through 2021. So we were trying to kind of level that curve off a little bit by using those excess funds to support that effort.
So two things. I have a question about health insurance, but I wanted to just go off of Trustee Carpenter's question. This kind of gets back to what Trustee Amenta and I have asked for 5 years now, but we don't do budget amendments. So mid-year, we don't really have that opportunity to see where we're over, where we're under, and should we be shifting any funding. We don't do budget amendments. So my question to you, Mark, then is, if we had not a surplus, but if we come in under at the end of the year, you just take it from the general fund?
That'd be correct. It would be a deficit against the fund balance. Now, quite honestly, when we spend general fund reserves to support debt service, that also shows up as a deficit to fund balance, because we're spending money that we have not issued and new tax supported.
Right.
But again, we have sufficient fund balance that our bond agencies understand what the village is doing, that we do have excess reserves, and that we're managing it in a way where we'll be able to discontinue that practice over a period of time, and it's not an unsustainable activity.
And since I've been here in 5 years, have we ever had to do that?
Do what?
Utilize fund balance for, because we under budgeted or at the end of the year?
Let me review that. I believe that most of the deficits that we've had is because we've planned on using fund balance for debt service stabilization. I don't believe, and I can verify and get back to you, that we've had any operational deficits. Again, our village manager works with staff to monitor the budgets in the quarterly report to make sure that we do not have operational deficits, and to try to manage those situations, as well as all of our department heads. They're all aware of those situations. So, but I will follow up on Monday with you with a little more definitive information.
Okay, that sounds great. And then the only question I had about health insurance on the chart was, you had mentioned really our plan benefits, again, our premiums are stayed almost neutral, zero. This is almost unheard of for the last, I don't think we've had an increase in forever. But why, but because an employee or employees chose different plans, and I know we give incentives out, did our incentives work the opposite of what we wanted them to work this year?
I'd say no, but we're doing a budget in September, and we don't know what our employees' choices are in health insurance participation are going to be until December, as well as when we have new employees, they may choose a different participation level than a previous employee, or existing employees may have a change of circumstances which causes them to shift coverage one way or another. So there's just a lot of relatively routine items that happen that can be, in this case, it was a little higher than last year's budget, but there are years where it ends up going off the other way as well.
Maybe Tyler, you can tell me why we projected it to go up.
Yeah, so what Mark's alluding to, there's a few personal cases where, someone might have had single and now they're on family, and it's either, something to deal with their spouse, and why they're, maybe it's a change in their jobs, or with COVID, maybe, I don't know, maybe they don't have their jobs anymore. So it's those kind of personal situations. I don't want to get in a lot of detail with those. But with the wellness program, our wellness scorecards are going to be due September 14th. And so I will be, and I know the board asks for participation every year. So I just wanted to let you know that I plan on doing a report to let you know what the participation was. Just as a reminder for you, we created the intermediate level this year, which I already know of some people that are doing that level who typically do the full program. So we'll see how that financial impact ends up happening, because with them doing the full program to the intermediate program, that means the village is contributing 88% of the premium instead of 90%. So, it's probably a pretty minimum impact, but it could be something. So I'll have that report for you once that's complete, and I get a week or two to be able to compile that.
Okay, thanks.
If there's no other questions on benefits, we can move on to page 27. Looks at our 5 primary other governmental payments category. Again, we've got contracts with the North Shore Fire Department to provide fire and EMS services. The Bayside what formerly was TRICOM, and now the Bayside Communications District for dispatch services. We've got hydrant rental, which is for public fire protection. Health Department is pretty self-explanatory. And then $11,000 for some diminutive organizations like MADAC, and I think there's one other one in there. That's unchanged. So most of our governmental contract fees are unchanged. However, North Shore Fire and the Bayside TRICOM or communications budgets are expected to increase because they all have union contracts as well as increased costs. The North Shore Fire Department budget is in. That's an actual number. The Communications Division is a staff estimate of what that number is going to be based on a little shift in the funding formula and anticipated year-over-year cost increases. Any difference between what we're projecting at staff level and what those actual numbers come in, again, are presented to the group during budget wrap-up as staff adjustments as we learn more information on a number of items as we go here in the next 6 weeks. We keep track of those. Hopefully they net out to be favorable adjustments and make the budget perspective a little better. We don't expect them to be major adjustments, but you know, we keep track of them. They can add up. It can be $40,000, $50,000 of adjustments in the next 6 weeks from various factors, one way or another. So the next page then talks about our contractual payments.
For hydrant rentals, just to confirm, didn't we take those off, or we did nothing with those last year?
Yeah, there was no action to take those from the general fund. The action was to leave them where they were.
Okay, thank you.
Contractual payments, the village has several large contractual obligations for disposal, street maintenance work, crossing guards, parking and citation enforcement with Duncan fees, various other software maintenance contracts, landscaping contracts, cleaning, pest control. Those are all fairly stable. Disposal contracts are going to go up slightly based on updated usage data as well as a contractual cost increase. So we're in the middle, I believe, of or actually we're a little more closer to the front end than the back end of a 10-year contract with Waste Management for those. So there are cost escalators built into that contract over the life of the term. The Duncan fees, we are expecting to go down about $40,000. That's a two-pronged approach. Number one is, again, with the reduction in the amount of parking citations written, the fees that go along with them do decline as well. We also know that we're going to have some cost savings based on a fee structure, you know, moving forward. So those are also reflected in that number. Software maintenance, there's that'll be explained throughout the budget. There's some new software maintenance costs in the proposed budget that account for an $18,000 increase. And the other, or the biggest mover is the other category. And again, a lot of that has to do with elections work, with poll workers in odd and even years, different number of elections, and as well as the planning department has reduced their expectations for contracted inspectors to cover the workload in the planning department. Last year they had budgeted for $20,000. This year they're going to budget for $5,000. However, if we get some exceptional levels of activity, that will increase our permit revenue, but they may have to contract out for some support services as well. But from a budgetary perspective, at the levels being projected, they felt that they could reduce that expectation from $20,000 per year to $5,000 per year for contracted inspection coverage. So those are the big components of the contractual payments.
Mark. Duncan fees, when we changed it from going back to the $2 fee for single night parking to a $0 fee to a $2 fee, every time we tried to reprogram Duncan, there was a huge expense that came with it. Why did we assume in this upcoming budget that we'd have any fees associated with changes from what we have now in Duncan to the new parking program?
No, we did not factor in any configuration costs. But again, there's the general expectation, if the board approves broader on-street parking options, that there would be a reduced level of citations written. And part of the fees for the management and
Right.
that system is citation fees. So if those go down, then the overall cost will go down.
I would just advise, based on what the board decides in the next night, whenever we decide on parking, that that number gets adjusted if we decide to change parking in any way, because we're going to need them to adjust the Duncan. I mean, right now it's very, very customized into areas and zones. That's all going to have to be reworked if we stay with the same software. And that's going to be a large fee.
Yeah, staff will continue to monitor that and let you know how that's progressing. Absolutely. Good point.
Thank you.
We've got about 15 minutes here, and I'm sure you'd like a few-minute break, so we'll just scoot on to page 29. Professional fees. Again, the village is contracted for several professional fees, legal fees, assessor, IT, insurance, auditing fees, some engineering fees, which is really a miscellaneous fee for general exploratory work. The primary mover in the 2021 budget is an increase for general legal fees based on current trends and usage. And again, we would talk about that in more detail when we get into Monday's departmental budget sessions. Insurances, workers' comp rates are going down for the village. Our experience modifier is improving from our 3-year history. So that's going to save a little over $25,000 in costs for the village. We hope that that trend can continue for maybe at least another year before it starts leveling out. And then the last page, I think it's the last page. Oh, no, I got 3 more pages. Page 30 is utility costs. Pretty straightforward there. We are looking at some modest savings in our utility costs. We've done some energy efficiency efforts over the last couple of years, and again, we continue to monitor our trends, not taking into account any unforeseen changes in utility rates, underlying utility rates. We hope in total to be able to save a little money on our utility costs here in the 2021 budget compared to what we had planned on for 2020. And then pages 31 and 32.
I had a question on utilities. Can you, I guess I'm mainly concerned about the police building because we, had issues with utilities there. So when we get to that, can you either have numbers by facility or just an update on how the police building is doing?
I sure can. So then page 31 gets into...
Sorry, I had one other question and or thought that maybe we can talk about. And it may not be possible for this year, but for down the road, I know that there are some companies that are, and this is more private sector, but I think something that is worth at least thinking about or considering, which is paying for like a portion of employees' cell phones in lieu of phones, like actual phones in office, just because that is typically what everybody has. And so, I just wonder if that's something that we should think about as well. If we're paying for 50% of someone's cell phone plan or whatever we decide is makes sense numerically, if that's something that might be a cost savings to us and would make sense, would be less to manage from an employee perspective.
Sure, I can make a note of that, look at that again, probably not for this year's budget, but looking forward.
Okay, thank you.
And I also just wanted to make one request, and again, it can't happen because we just did the RFP for our village attorney services, but I do think by the time we RFP for, or we want to go out to RFP for attorney services, we're reaching a level where even if I saw that as an engineering line that we were contracting out, 110,000 for a part-time attorney is a lot. And I always feel that since we're so small, it makes sense. Small villages have, they contract out for the attorney services, but if we're utilizing that much attorney services, it may make sense for us to hire our own and have them full-time. We could utilize that other 40% of their time just updating our zoning code that's completely outdated, that the parts of it that are outdated. So I would like that discussion in the future at some point.
I'll make a note when that contract comes up to make sure you include that option in the RFP.
No, I don't. I mean, before that, just to have that conversation before the RFP would come up again. Thank you.
I'll defer that to Rebecca. I think the board approved a 5-year contract, so we're kind of locked in for that. But everything's negotiable, right? So we'll see where we can take that. Then moving on to page 29, or I'm sorry, page 31, our miscellaneous supplies and maintenance and programming costs. In total, it's a 7.2%, or I'm sorry, a $30,000 increase across the board on almost a $900,000 line item, so that's about 3%. And again, we really watch our trends and see what we're spending over the last 3 years and try to stay up with that, barring any significant changes of operating practices. That's really how those numbers are budgeted. So you'll have an opportunity to see that in the departmental budget. I don't recall any significant single item changing.
Is that line still correct in the footnote? It was in there, I think, last year. This increase in this line item is primarily related to restoring the funding needed to maintain the village's replacement program, which was previously reduced. Is it doubling? Is it again trying to double it to put it back to past levels?
Let me review that. I don't think that applies to this line item. It refers to our computer budget, which last year was reduced. Staff starts out proposing what we believe is a baseline level for the board to consider moving forward. And I will follow up on Monday with you to let you know if that is out of context or if that does in fact include the computers in that line item.
Okay, because the $23,000 change seems high. It's either furniture or computer, so it'd be great to know. Thank you.
I will clarify that by Monday. And pages 32 and 33 really just talk about our capital project fund. It's a dramatic, significant portion of our annual budget. We've got items that we fund from annual revenues and what we think are long-term baselines to maintain our vehicle replacement program and facility maintenance needs. Obviously, the capital budget has a lot of flexibility, as you can choose to defer maintenance, you can choose to make improvements or not make improvements. So we'll, I'm sure, spend a lot of time on Monday talking through some of those items And then on page 33, just kind of talks about some of the, what we call non-program stuff, which is things that are somewhat unique each year that come up for village-wide initiatives, IT. And again, just for some context, kind of laying the framework for that more in-depth discussion on the capital projects funds coming up on Monday. So if you have any other questions, it'd be great. Otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity to give you a nice overview, I hope, of what we'll be working on in the next several weeks as far as trying to evaluate our 2021 proposed budget.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Does anybody have any follow-up questions with Mark tonight? If not, we will then see you next meeting. Or are you sticking around? You got other items?
I'm going to stick around for the board meeting for a little while, I think, but I might take a break myself here for a couple minutes.
All right, good. Good to see you tonight. Okay, 7:22. We will now break our take a motion to adjourn the committee of a whole, and then re-adjourn into the village board meeting at 7:35. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Don't remember the count.
Are we just staying on this Zoom call?
That's what I was going to ask. Sarah?
6-0 motion carries. Please stay on this Zoom call. Just turn your mic off and your camera off while we break until 7:30, okay?
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, can you hear me?
I can.
Oops, Siri also get on in that.
Yeah, that happens sometimes with my name.
I can't hear you guys. I don't know what's wrong.
Nobody's talking yet.
Oh, that's what's wrong. Okay. Or maybe that's what's right.
No, you haven't missed anything.
Actually, I was thinking the same thing, and I think everybody's done a spectacular job of actually placing themselves on mute unless they're speaking. So I originally thought there was no audio either, but it appears that everybody's properly muted themselves, so the meeting should go a little better tonight.
Thanks, Dad.
Okay, is everybody here?
Yep, we should be good.
We're good, 7:35. Okay, I'd like to call this village board meeting to order. It is, September 8th, 2020 at 7:35 p.m. Has this meeting been publicly noticed?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
Great. Are all trustees present except trustee Warren, who has been excused?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Well, we'll go ahead with the first order of business, which is special order business number 4A, Phase 2B, Police Department Project Wrap-Up, Riley Construction. Is Riley Construction here, Rebecca?
Yes, Eric from Riley Construction is here. Can everybody hear me? Fantastic. So just coming back to you this evening with the final report on the garage renovation for the police department. And just a quick recap, we started this project back in January and we finished it up officially in May. And we have all the final costs in for the project. We finalized all of our subcontracts. The project went very smooth. And we're happy to report tonight as the backup documents that you've been given show you as well, that we came in approximately $31,000 under budget. So we're very happy to report that news. Like I said, for the most part, the project went very well. We held the original schedule and had very, very few hiccups along the way. So a pretty smooth project, and we're happy to report financially things are wrapped up and under budget. I really was just going to ask if anybody had any other questions. Otherwise, I don't have a whole lot else to report on.
Does anyone on the board have any questions for Riley? If not, I just have one. Is there any outstanding item that we haven't covered? I know this is the, we've done the station now and the garage. Was there anything left besides the community room?
I don't think so. No, the community room was kind of the last piece that I think was still to be determined by the village. And then I think the only other thing on the chief's radar was just potentially the parking lot repairs outside of the police department.
Okay, thank you. And Mark, with the coming under budget 31,000, where does that money go? Can you hear me? Maybe Becky, do you know?
It would be taken back in and kept in the capital projects fund at this point. I don't, Mark appears to be still on the line, but I am not sure. Maybe he stepped away from his desk.
I'm back. I unmuted. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I unmuted my screen, but not my phone.
Oh.
So yeah, we'll keep track of that. Those are bond proceeds. So each year with the fourth quarter financial report, we give an update of the status of our money spent for bond proceeds and what's available for the following year. And ultimately, if we have accumulated cost savings, that reduces the amount of money we need to borrow for additional projects. So that's good news all the way around.
All right, thanks so much. If there's no other questions from the trustees.
I just had, would the community room be phase, what was it, the lime green area?
Yeah, I think you can officially call that phase 3.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank the board and thank the village for this opportunity. It's been a pleasure working with everyone, and especially the chief. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all your work on this.
No problem. It was my pleasure.
Rebecca, did you need us to make a motion or anything, or is this just an update?
Just an update.
Okay, thanks so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda tonight is a special order of business 4B, consider modification of night parking regulations. It says estimated something PM. It's not quite filled in, but number one is ordinance 3013 and ordinance amending section 500-16 night parking.
Can I just make a point of order? I've been informed by some members of the public that they're having trouble connecting to the Zoom call. So I don't know if there's any advice, any technical advice we could give people.
There's no password or anything on this one, so it should be fairly straightforward to click on the link or to dial in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bart, are you our speaker tonight?
Sure. If you'd like, I can provide a brief overview. As you're all aware, we had a special meeting last Monday to discuss more of the details regarding the proposed change. So there's not new information per se to provide to the board. So what's in your packet is a reflection of Monday night's conversation where we heard a general consensus on how to move forward. As you've indicated, there's 3 steps with this proposed change. The first would be an ordinance that would change the village code to switch the current practice of providing hardships and special permits to qualifying persons. The proposed ordinance change would open that up to residents and employees or anyone else who wants to purchase a permit. As drafted, there are no household requirements, or there's no residency requirements or household limitations. So that's the first step. Policy 39 is the next thing up for discussion or consideration tonight. That's just simply codifying how we would administer those permits. It would also include administration of the temporary permits, which we as a practice have been doing but has not been officially adopted by policy. And then lastly is the resolution regarding the fee schedule changes. So as reflective of Monday night's conversation, we are proposing within this packet a fee change of $40 for an on-street permit, $30 for an off-street permit, and then to correspond with those rates, a competitive change to our 24-hour permit, which was currently $75. We would take that down to $50, and then the daytime permit would also be modified to be $30. So there's 3 items up for consideration tonight. As I mentioned, they're all a continuation of last Monday's discussion. So the materials are presented with what we believed to have been the consensus. So the motions were drafted as such.
Thank you. We will go around the table on this one because I'm sure there's a lot of questions. But just point of order quickly, there are different ordinances that address parking. in our ordinance. I remember, and they addressed their conflicting. Do those conflicting matters get taken care of under this, or are we going back and doing that later?
I'm not specifically, yeah, I'm not specifically sure. This ordinance amendment would modify code section 516. So to my knowledge, I've cleaned up what I believe I've heard to be, and there's nothing conflicting within 516, but if it conflicts with a different section, I've not been made aware of that.
There's one section that talks about timing for limiting parking, like from 2-hour parking versus 1 hour parking limits, and they're in 2 separate ordinances. So I just wanted to let you know that. Okay, we can go around the table. Does anyone have any questions they want to start off with? Trustee Menta.
Okay, yeah, this ordinance, I know it's just about night parking, but it talks about alternate side of the street parking between 3 and 5 a.m. I think, in our prior discussions with the Director of Department of Public Works, she indicated that there were some benefits to garbage collection and snow of there being alternate side of the street parking. But so do we have another section that says on even days you park here and on odd days you park on the odd side? Because if the cars are not parked the entire 24 hours on alternate sides, it's not going to give us, the plows aren't going to be able to come and plow, right? And the garbage is not going to be able to be collected. So I just want to make sure that the alternate side of street parking is for the entire 24 hours.
It is not. So the alternate side parking, and that's perhaps why I was a little confused on Monday night's meeting, the alternate side parking currently is only between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. The proposal would not change that. It would just clarify the odd side versus a different classification. So I think the theory would be that people will park between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. and then they'll be allowed to park there during the day. So they won't move their car to the other side at that point. So I think it might reduce the amount of parking on one side, but this was not intended to change any daytime regulation with this change. This is all related to nighttime parking. The alternate side regulations only have ever applied to 3 a.m. or 5 a.m. So to me, there is
right. But if somebody goes and comes back, so you have so you have cars parked on both sides of the street, then you've kind of defeated the purpose of enabling the garbage trucks to pick up the garbage efficiently and the snow I think snow removal, if we have cars parked on both sides, that complicates snow removal. Anyway, I understand that this is just night parking, but it's a comprehensive issue parking, and I think in my opinion, we need to have alternate side of the street parking for those 24-hour periods so that the snow plows can come through one day and come through the next day. We don't have cars, we don't have cars like that you have to dig out of snow. And I don't know, Leanne may have comments about that too. I also had a question about streets where we only have parking on one side. Again, if that block is completely parked up, I'm not sure how our garbage collection is going to work, or how we are going to remove snow. I know they have to move every 24 hours, but the snow plow can't be there, for the 2 hours that they're moved. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not understanding how we would be able to plow the parking lane in that situation. So maybe Leanne can comment. That's kind of what I'm confused about. Maybe she didn't hear. She can comment later. The other comment I wanted to make was about residency and when you're talking about someone coming in and getting this permit, I think it says that it has to come from customer service. But I mean, if we're anticipating people coming, oh, there's Leanne. Hi. Did you hear my questions about the garbage and the snow?
I did. I was just having some operator issues with the video and the unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. And you and I have talked offline about this a bit. I think the concern comes in if we have significantly more cars on the street than we have present day. We did experience issues during the Safer at Home order with additional cars on the street. It did impact the efficiencies of our garbage collection and our ability to use the automated trucks that we purchased a couple years ago. So when that occurs with minor increases, it's things we can work around. But if we, over time see kind of a creep of the number of vehicles that are parked on the street, it is going to have an impact on our operations. We probably will be looking toward at some point in the relatively near future, adjusting our garbage routes. And at that point, we would be able to, potentially to address parking related issues. The plowing thing is a bit more tricky, but that's always been a challenge just because of the width of our streets and the number of cars parked there.
But I mean, I know when we talked about plowing before, you mentioned that you thought alternate side of the street parking would actually make it easier to plow, but that's only if everyone is parked on one side or the other for the entire day. If we're just talking, I mean, you're not out plowing, hopefully, at 3 to 5 a.m. So right now, all we're mandating is alternate side between 3 and 5 a.m. I mean, I just bring this up because there's the devil's in the details, especially with parking. And I really want to caution the board that we need to think these things through because we don't want to do something that didn't think through everything and have to go back and change. We're not going to be able to take someone's permit away after we grant them a permit. So all these things have to be thought through. The other question I had was on when you're actually purchasing the permit, is it going to be online or can you do it, or would you do it at Village Hall?
The expectation is that it would be available online, but the customer service department would be administering that. So if someone came into Village Hall, the policy is written that they would be the department servicing that request. Not everyone can do online. And we would need to confirm with Duncan or whoever our software provider is how that setup works. But the expectation is that they would purchase it online predominantly.
Okay, so I mean, I was thinking about the residency and the limit per household because I do think we have two ways of controlling this, and one is the price that we charge, and one is trying to regulate it. And I think there's a pretty strong feeling on the board that we want to get to a lower cost for a variety of reasons, including equity. But we're not using either of the tools we have in hand. And I did check on the DMV website, and okay, if you have a car, you should have a driver's license. So to upload a picture of your driver's license, just like you do registering to vote with the state, then customer service should have an address just from a driver's license. Now you can move, and you don't necessarily need to change that address on your license, but DMV, you do need to notify DMV within 10 days. So I just think administratively, just to look at a driver's license and to keep track by unit is not that complicated. We have a database of people who pay property taxes and people who have water connections. So we know those people are residents. And if your license, if you've moved and your license is not your current address, in those cases, somebody could upload a We Energies bill or something else that has their name and address on it. I mean, I just think, again, especially maybe immediately, there won't be that many people, but over time, Like, for example, I just inherited a car. Now we have 3 cars and we don't have that much space for cars. I mean, maybe it's easier for me to just get a permit and park on the street. Maybe somebody didn't take that car that their parents offered them or whatever because they knew they had nowhere to park. But now that they have that opportunity, they will. So I just think over time, it's just going to be more and more and more. It's going to be concentrated in certain neighborhoods. And what's going to happen, it's the same thing that has happened in the past, is those neighbors are going to come in and say, our block is parked up, we don't like it, you need to create a special parking area for us, similar to the RCA, similar to what we did north of Capitol. And so we're going to end up back where we are right now, which is having 5 different kinds of parking permits and making it all complicated administratively. So that's just my feeling, that I think it's better to manage it correctly and administer it properly at the beginning, or we're going to have unhappy people in unhappy neighborhoods, and we're going to be right back where we started with multiple different types of parking permits, which is what we're trying to get away from. The only other question I had was on under exceptions F4. It says by permit only on East Shorewood Boulevard, north side from North Murray to North Frederick in designated stalls between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. I'm not sure what that's about, and
Those are
what that's an exception from.
Those are stalls that we currently sell for permits. So they're the angled stalls just south of the library. So they're not on street,
okay.
It is off street. So it's a specific exception.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I had.
Great. Trustee Bachhorst.
So thank you, Bart, for this really comprehensive survey. I also want to agree that yes, equity is one of our major goals here. And I think we can all agree on this board and in this community that the last thing we want to do is try to fill budgetary gaps with penalties, as well as with penalizing those that can afford perhaps something the least. So I understand that this will result in a reduction in revenue, but again, I don't consider fines and penalties revenue, consider those fines and penalties. Also, I think that this is great. This will increase public safety, because right now as it stands, if you do not have a driveway or a garage, and you are within 2 blocks of a village lot, you are required to park within that village or the private lot that the village rents out. And then you're required to move your car at, I think, 7 in the morning for most of those lots. So again, for those of us that have the luxury of having a 2-car garage plus a driveway that can fit 5 cars in addition, that doesn't seem to be a big burden, but 54% of our population is renters, and everyone on this board multiple times has talked about equity and affordable housing, and how can we allow this village to be a place that is welcoming and affordable for those that might not otherwise see it this way. So I would love to have the overnight parking completely eliminated, but I know that's not there's no political will for that on this board. So I still think $40 a night is a little cost prohibitive for some, but it's a great start. I do not have a problem with starting incrementally. This is, it's a paradigm shift for this village in order to move from no parking on the street except for hardship, which, as many of us know, means incredibly hardship. Again, if you're not within a couple of blocks of a lot, et cetera. So I don't have a problem with that. I do hear what staff says regarding residency, and if staff members are mentioning that it is onerous to deal with, then I'm going to take their word for that. But at the same time, if it's not that much more difficult, as Trustee Menta said, maybe uploading a copy of your driver's license, that's fine too. The one thing I, again, don't want to penalize is renters and those that do move around, just because they might not have, a consistent address for a long period of time. One of them, I've moved probably 6 times in the last 10 years. It's a hassle, yes. All the other things associated with that, proving residency, all those things, hassle, yes. Can we do it? Yes. But we, again, want to make this village a welcoming place. We want to make sure that people who do live here feel appreciated, and that renters and people who, as some people throw around as the non-tax property taxpayers, which as we all know is a fallacy, that they don't feel like second-class citizens. We want this place to be a place that accepts and welcomes everyone. So sure, you know, and I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. So if we do figure out that this is a problem or that some streets are parked up, well, we're a first world country in a very, very, very smart municipality. We will find a way to rectify these situations. I appreciate Leanne, Bart, Chief Nimmer, everyone who has put in a lot of time and thought in this. I know that this is, you know, it's a considerable change. And change is very, very difficult for a lot of people. But I see this change as something that is long overdue. And I'm elated that we are discussing this and that we are going to move towards a, you know, an equitable solution for our population. Regarding the alternate side parking, I trust that DPW will continue to give us the guidance regarding what is the most appropriate for that. And we can make changes along the way. So I am ready to support this. And I'm very pleased that we've gotten here. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bachhorst. Trustee Carpenter?
Thank you. So I have a couple of thoughts. The first one is regarding alternate side parking. I definitely understand what Leanne was saying. I think as a resident and trying to understand the changes, I think it's just very confusing. So I think if there's any way that we can make it a little bit more straightforward, whether that is, you know, 24 hours on one side and 24 hours on the next, or whatever that may be, I just think from a resident's perspective, it's very confusing. So, you know, I think it would be a great change. I know personally, even on my own block, we have, you know, winter parking. So I think that would be a nice change to have the alternate side parking. It's just a little bit, I think the way that we have it right now is a little bit confusing. But I do trust that Leanne's, what's necessary for snow removal and for trash obviously is most important, and that you are the expert in that. But I just think the wording right now is a little confusing. I really support and think it's actually really important that we have a residency requirement. We have a residency requirement that the school district this year had everybody upload either it was either a copy of your closing statement, your copy of your property taxes, or a copy of your lease, or I believe one of the options was We Energy's bill as well. So I think that there are some options. I do think it's really absolutely necessary. I also think that we do need to limit the number of cars per residence. And I know that that is cumbersome for staff, but I do think it's really important. You know, I'm not sure exactly if that's 2 or if that's 3, but I do think limiting the number of vehicles that can be parked on that street in front of that specific residence is essential. And I think those are my main, just make sure that I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I think those are my main thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carpenter. Trustee Ursink?
Thank you. I guess I have just a couple of questions about the residency requirements, and this is to the village staff. Why, you know, I know that I feel like this wasn't recommended by Village Hall because it's a little bit more cumbersome. Can you explain, you know, maybe the challenges a little bit with this kind of request for residential requirement?
I can give you my perspective, but I'll just reiterate that my department doesn't currently administer parking, so there could be other issues. The primary concern is that there's just a sheer volume of people requesting this permit. And so if you go on a monthly basis and require people to upload and communicate with them what is valid, what is not valid, how to update the DMV records, things like that. It becomes a time-consuming task. Once again, we've never said it's not possible. Just in terms of our time of administration, it would be felt to be burdensome to be doing that as a regular basis on a monthly basis. And then, you know, if we require to change every month or every 12 months or every year, having someone re-upload it or reconfirm it, it just gets to be a lot to communicate based on the sheer volume of the permits that we expect to be issued. The city of Milwaukee, they don't require it. What they do is they have a checkbox on their website saying, yes, I do live in the city. You check it. If for some reason, you know, they find out you don't, they revoke your permit and don't give you a refund. So it's just been our internal thought process that we didn't think it was a necessary step. And then we also think administratively it was burdensome. If Sarah or if Diane's on the phone, if they have any further thoughts, they're the department that does administer or would administer the program.
Yep.
So I assume that would add a lot more workload to staff, and that translates to dollars. So I'm assuming, you know, is it safe to assume that by doing this and this amount of work that we're creating more work for village staff that costs more money, you know, in the long run for the village?
So I'll speak a little to that. What happens is, you know, people who wait last minute, because it's not like it's coming in, you know, like you can do 5 permits a day and blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden parking's due and people are trying to upload their stuff. And then if we say that their residency requirement isn't legitimate, we can't process their permit. We're not going to stay, you know, till 8 o'clock at night to make sure they have their stuff uploaded so that they can park that night. The other, you know, situation that we fall into is there's 2 people out front who right now are handling the phones and then, you know, processing those permits. On a month like October, the same day that parking is due, we start in-person voting. So it's an absolute staffing nightmare for us, you know, to provide something like that. It sounds really easy that people can just upload their driver's license or a bill. From a residency proof for voting alone, it is not that simple. People really struggle to provide, and there's a multitude of lists for them to be able to provide, and they struggle to get us that proper documentation. You know, if you do change your address with the DMV, a lot of times if you're doing it for free, they're not giving you a new driver's license. It's just in their records. So we would still have, you know, a driver's license with an old address on. So it would just be a lot of back and forth, like what we're seeing now just with voting. It's a lot of having to recontact that person because they could have provided something that was invalid. So that's where it's not that we can't do it. It's just we would really have to change in how we function out front.
Got it. And then do we have any idea how many people outside of Shorewood are actually parking in Shorewood right now? Do we have any kind of numbers or statistics for that?
I do not have it off the top of my head. I could find out if we do.
Bart, do you have any idea?
Well, I was going to say, we don't allow people to park on the street right now if you're a resident of Shorewood or Milwaukee. So right now, in theory, there should be no one, you know, parking like that. Yeah. The only lot that we require proof of residency that you're from Shorewood is the River Park C, because we did have in front of a Spectre Field. I do believe that we did have some people from Milwaukee applying for that. So we did modify our internal practice to require residency for that one. The remainder of our lots are far enough away and they're cost prohibitive in terms of what is offered in Milwaukee that we don't believe anyone from Milwaukee would be purchasing our permit at the price and location that we would be offering.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, in my mind, I say if it's $40 or $50 and somebody from outside of Shorewood wanted to pay that on a monthly basis, that's, you know, I guess that's good revenue for the village. I just don't see a lot of people clogging the streets paying that kind of money. And then Leanne, just with DPW, and I hate to keep on going back to alternate side parking, what do you guys recommend for alternate side parking in this situation with snow, you know, based on snow removal and garbage pickup? Is that something you guys would recommend or that would help?
It would, and I think we've pretty consistently stated that we believe that that would help us do a much more efficient job of snow removal. As I mentioned, you know, at the levels, the parking that we currently see, the working with the automated arms on the trucks is doable. If we see any type of increase of cars on the street, expensive equipment that we just recently bought is not going to be the best equipment for us to do the job. So knowing the age of that and the investment, we would likely then be looking at somehow modifying the routes in tandem with parking restrictions. Really the most efficient way to do it would be to alternate side parking in 24-hour increments. I'm not asking for that at this point. I'm not recommending that at this point. I'm just stating that as an observation and a professional opinion. It may be, like you said, one of those things where we just have to see exactly how the community responds and what happens, and address that problem as we, if it becomes one. But at this point, it's a pretty big bread basket, and I don't feel very comfortable speculating about what I think will happen and how we think we can best respond. We'll be as proactive as we can, but we'll need to monitor it from pretty much day one.
Got it. Those are really the only questions I have, and I look forward to listening to everybody else's opinions.
Thank you, Trustee Ursink. Trustee Stokebrand, and then I'll have mine.
Thank you. I'm concerned also about a residency requirement. I think there's a lot of concern for the people that live on the southern edge of the village that we're going to turn into the east side of Milwaukee, which is, it's tough parking. It would change the neighborhood. And so I would favor a residency requirement. I think we have to give it a shot. It would, we're starting this in January, so we'd have a little bit of time for the staff to see how it works before we have an election. I think a lot of people pay to live in Shorewood. Shorewood's an expensive place to live, and to have them struggling with, we don't want to become UWM's parking lot. I've had emails from people who said that UWM professors drive into town, park in Shorewood, park their vehicles, then get on their bike that's on their vehicle and then bike to UWM because they don't want to pay for parking at UWM. So I think it's something we have to try to, because it's a quality of life issue for people on the south side of the village. I think we should try the residency requirement. And I wish we would go back to the original cost, which was $50, because that's what the hardship fee was before. And I think just because the prices this year, the budget, we just had the budget proposal. I think we need to just start with the price where it was, and we can always lower it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. I have a bunch of questions. I'm going to support the proposal, whatever goes through, because I think that we need to start somewhere. When I took office 5 years ago, the number one complaint that I heard from the residents beyond taxes, door to door, was the overnight parking and the inability to park overnight in front of your house or wherever you rent. So I've been working on this for a while, and I think if there's no movement, that there's going to be severe disappointment within our community, and I just think there would be severe injustice to our community. So saying that, I do have a bunch of questions. This is the last time I'll probably get to ask them. When we started out on this venture, it was my initiative to push, and I was working with the last village manager, and one of the main goals was to make this administratively simple, and that was number one. And so although resident requirements, we've gone through, we had some roundtables on it, and there's no easy way to make anything simple, and we don't have money. Our budgets are getting, our expenditure limits are getting lower. We're reaching our expenditure limit year after year, and I don't know if people realize, with debt capacity and debt, subsidizing our debt, we're eating away at our general fund. We're hitting our expenditure level. We don't have room to spend to have 3 customer service reps, or, you know, including the clerk, working on parking. We just don't have the money. And in going into the future, we won't have additional funding for that as well. And so knowing that was one of the biggest things we started with, was how do we simplify and go online for overnight parking? So that was number one. There is not another way if you want to require residency requirements. So we went back and forth over that about employees. And can employees get, can they buy? Because one of the main people that we're hearing from at that time were small businesses and their employees, the bakeries, and that they're having to park, or the bars that stay open till 2, but then they stay until 3:30 cleaning. Those were the people getting tickets over and over and over and over. And so we were having to try to find, the last village manager, where can we park these people? Because we're, you know, it's an injustice to the people that are working for minimum wage. So residency requirements, to me, is the biggest problem is the southeast corner in which the university stands. I have no problem tonight carving that. There is a boundary. There is a set boundary by ordinance. I have no problem carving that boundary out for right this minute and adopting these rules for everywhere except there. If you want to start there, and then we can discuss and have a better understanding of how we can handle that, because that is an issue. That's what I hear everyone talking about. That's what we've been talking about for 5 years, which is, you know, it's the students and not letting them overtake. But for everyone else, for caregivers, for employees, I have no problem in this community letting someone pay to park on my street that the taxpayers are paying for. I mean, it actually helps us in the long run. So that's number one. Number two, the second we set out, I was public safety chair, and there was ordinances on parking, there were policies, there's multitudes of programs on parking, and it was hysterical because we thought, when we redo this, let's make it all one. We need one ordinance for parking. It doesn't make sense to be in 20 different places. And so I admire and I thank the staff, because I think what I read over is very simple, and but I still don't understand why we have an ordinance and a policy. Don't ask me why we just don't have an ordinance. Is there a great reason, Bart, that you know of, or it was just more simple just to adjust?
I can't explain why nothing is adopted on the books for the temporary overnight permissions. I think it's just a way that historically Shorewood has done things. And so within this proposal, it's codifying that as a policy. I would have no issues if we felt as though we needed to make that into the ordinance. I'm just following the current policy of what we have.
Thank you.
Saying it's right or that it's wrong. I understand. So in the code, it's the larger, bigger things. In the policy, it's more of the day-to-day operation. So I understand the reason why it had been separated. It makes for a cleaner code to read, and it's easier for staff to reference if it's in a policy. But so I personally have no problem with how this one is currently, provided. There's other ones where I do agree that they should probably all just be in one place. But because parking is such a big animal within our code, sometimes it does help to have the policy for staff to reference. Because if the code doesn't require residency requirements, it makes no sense for the code to specify things that are not required. But in the policy, it's very clear for us to say, reminder, as an FYI, residency is not required. So to me, I don't mind having the two documents in this case, but I do hear your point on many other instances.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. So that just my thought going into the future, I say it all the time. Anytime there's a policy, a regulation in an ordinance, if there's a way to combine them, we should be doing so. Alternate sides of the street. We talked about this extensively early on in my service, and I thought the big issue was the dates. So the months, meaning from December to March, rather than like in Milwaukee where it says when there's more than a half an inch of snow. So I always thought that was the issue. I always thought when we were talking about parking in our subgroups, So Bart, go ahead.
Yeah, so to clarify, and this happened earlier on, I'm forgetting if it was in March or in May when we reconvened, but there were 3 general topics that the parking study recommended that we take on. The first one was overnight, and the direction was to take that on prior to budget because that had the largest budget implications in terms of permits and revenues. The second and third ones were alternate side and winter regulations.
Okay.
So those two kind of do go hand in hand. Within the last meeting, there was a discussion that the several board members felt as though in order to offer the on-street permit, we needed to clarify the existing alternate side regulations within that specific part. So as I've mentioned, night parking currently does have alternate side regulations stipulated in the code. We have just chosen not to enforce those because they've been confusing. So the part that's before you tonight clarifies alternate side parking with respect to night parking, but it does not tackle the larger issue of daytime alternate side parking or winter regulations. So those two were going to be subsequent conversations once we got through this part of it. So there's definitely more to come, and alternate side and winter were the next steps within this conversation.
But we did do alternate sides. So I just think they need to stay together. I'll vote for whatever. If it's in there tonight, I'll vote for it. But I really think that if we cut it out, I mean, alternative sides of the street, it's either even days, you're on your east side of the street, and you know, like Trustee Carpenter said, make it very simple so people can remember. I also think that the only concern I ever heard from a resident wasn't alternating, it was the fact of it's April, you know, it's April and I'm still switching sides and it hasn't snowed in like 20 days, you know, like in 25 minutes. The dates were all off now due to global warming. So so I'm looking forward to tackling that, I guess, in the future. The village lots, every budget that we go through for the parking enterprise, we talk about these parking lots. And every time we ask Leanne and the budget director, we say, you know, are they making us money? Are they worth it? Are they a hassle? And now that we don't have to plow them, Leanne, correct me if I'm wrong, the private lots that we agree to sell permits for, it doesn't seem to be such a hassle. But in the way this is written, you go to customer service for your lot permits, yet you still go online now for your on-street parking overnight permits. Simplicity. Just eliminate all of the lots we don't own. Administer the ones we do. They're the 24-hour lots, if I'm correct, which are the ones that are full. And put everything online. I don't understand why we're continuing to do a practice when this would be the time if we wanted to change that to do so, meaning selling private properties and getting half the revenue for those lots, for permits, and then monitoring. And then why is it separate where you're not doing it online, but you're coming into customer service for that? I don't know who that's aimed towards, but it's staff.
Mark has his hand raised. Mark?
Sure. I think I can give a pretty practical answer to that aspect of the question. It's a good question, and the distinction is that the parking lot spaces are finite. There's a limited number of spaces. So to get into the lot needs a vetting process that says there's an open space for a new person to come in. Once you're in, then everything's automatically online renewable. But otherwise, you'd have this bonanza at every end of every month of people trying to get their permit requests in, and people get bumped out and bumped in, and that's not a very manageable situation from you know, if you've got your position in the parking lot, you get to keep it until you stop renewing your permits. So that's a distinction between the two. There's just limited spaces, and there has to be a little bit of a gatekeeper for that very first permit if you're a new requester for an off-street parking.
And I I appreciate that explanation. And again, I would disagree with it. If we're opening it up to, can you hear me? Okay. If we're opening up on-street parking for permits, so you can park on the street, a parking lot or an on-street parking space to me is exactly the same. They're village owned. It's street that we pour, it's street that we repour. And so you get a spot, you don't own your spot on the street in front of your house, and that you don't know when you renew that that's going to be exactly your spot. And I think the same thing for the lots. As long as the Duncan system has a mechanism that says when the first 75, if there's 75 spaces and we're selling 75 permits for that lot, 75 have been purchased, boom, that lot's full. So you can do it for, I don't know, so you can program Duncan to do whatever we want, but I wouldn't customize it too much. I wouldn't make it, you know, this person once they're in. To make something simple, we're allowing on-street parking. And now if you allow private parking lots, if we continue the use of private parking lots, that may change, but those are not in high demand and they're not full. I mean, I don't know why we waste our time. If we're gonna allow on-street parking in the village of Shorewood, cut our losses for these private lots that aren't full. I mean, you gotta be in by 7, you know, you have to be in by after 7 at night and out, I don't know, out before 7 a.m. in the morning. I mean, you'll see that they're not all full and there's a reason. So take our lots, take the ones that are 24 hours, take on-street parking, make it simple, first come, first serve. And my last question was the last meeting, and I've continually asked, and I know we have the data because I have it. Diane has provided many times, even during Wilson Drive planning, a spreadsheet of every single parking space, on-street parking space on Oakland, Capitol, Wilson, all of our arterials. We know how many, and then we permit 50% of them because we never want to park up our business district or park up our arterials. Now, maybe we don't have that for all of our residential streets, and maybe that's why this is so much difficult, but there's got to be an estimation of how many. I mean, I know the police, when they had to do for the residential congestion area, they had to do a study and they have to estimate, but there's got to be an estimation of how many on-street parking spaces there are. How many permits are we allowing Duncan to permit? When does it shut off? Like I said, in a private parking, in our parking lot at 75, we have 75 spaces, we know, boom, we're full. When does Duncan stop online? If every multi-family housing unit wanted to park, you know, all those residents, how many does it ever stop, or does it just keep permitting?
I mean, I don't think that there's any expectation that every single street parking spot on street in the village of Shore would be taken up by the demand that is out there. And so, yes, will it extend from Oakland 1 block into a residential neighborhood more than it does now? Probably, but will it go 2 or 3 blocks? I don't think that we're expecting that demand. And so within the last packet, we did some block by block analysis of the more dense residential blocks. And by and large, they could handle most of the capacity. So it's a matter of spilling on to the next block 1 or 2 over, but not in any stretch of the imagination do we imagine that the entire village on-street parking would be taken up by an unknown demand. So yes, I'm sure we could identify a maximum and say we're not going to sell more than 4,000 or 2,000, whatever that number is. At this point, we've not been led to believe that's the case. Once again, we are proposing to revisit all of these questions within 6 months. So numbers of people using the off-street lots, the administration, all those kind of things. So I appreciate that there are questions and this is a big policy change, but there's nothing that we as staff have seen to believe that we would ever become parked up within the current proposal. If it was free, maybe it'd be a bigger question. At $40 a month, I don't see that happening.
Right, but her question was, is there a limit in Duncan? And the direct answer is no, there's no limit.
We have not defined one. I think we could define one. So to President Rozak's point, we could define that. We have not felt the need to define that. But if we do, you know, within a month or 2 or 6 months, realize that we're selling more than we should be, Duncan could define a number that would sell. We're not proposing that there needs to be one right now.
Okay, thank you for that answer, honest answer. And that is disappointing to me because as I said, I just want to respond and then I'll go ahead, Trustee.
Back and forth to back and forth. I mean, I'm just like, you seem to be having a lot of back and forth and the rest of us just ask questions. And I have back and forth.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I have a question, President Rozak. This is Kathy Stokebrand. So I've got the problem is because of COVID, we won't really know if we institute this on-street parking in January, and if COVID continues to play out, we won't know, we may not know what the real situation would be until a year from now, next fall, if and when classes really resume in person with everybody. It's just something else to think about in terms of a timeline, and how soon we might review where we are with it. I kind of think that we won't know what customary and normal is for a year.
Okay, thank you, Trustee. I wanted to wrap up my comment. That was my last comment. And then we can go around the table again if that's okay. I just wanted to say that was disappointing to me because if I had to do it again today, before tonight, I would have added up all the spots on our arterials and I would have taken 80% of them or 90% of them. And that's the number I would permit in our village to start. And that way, you know for sure that you're not going to park up your business district. But we didn't do it that way, even though I did express that twice. And that was my only disappointment. And so that's my last comment. I will stop with the questions from myself, and I will take questions again from the trustees, because I know this is a big policy change. So we'll go around the table again. Trustee Amenta.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's going to be a problem in specific areas, and not just the Southwest, but also the Southeast is pretty dense. And I think we're going to have problems there. And the point you're bringing up about how we currently look at a block and how many spots we should actually permit in that block, and we limit it that way. And what's being proposed by staff is not, I mean, even if we had a total for the village of 2,000 or whatever, we're still going to have an issue in the Southeast and the Southwest. I want to point out, okay, if we get rid of private lots, that's time, that's management time that clerk and customer service is doing now that they would not have to do. If we get rid of, and we are in the ordinance getting rid of all those special parking, so that's, now a lot of those people will, instead of getting that permit, will just get a regular on-street permit. But I mean, we are simplifying, which is reducing the workload. That from what Leanne has said, we reduce workload for clerk and customer service, we increase workload for DPW. It's not a simple, this is the workload issue is not that simple. I also want to point out the consultant report that we follow very carefully when it comes to DPW issues. The consultant said both the residency should be required and it should be limited to 2 per household. So I really don't know why we paid a consultant to give us this advice. We went through a process of extensive public input that went into that report, but now we decide to just throw that out. I think it's inadvisable. Yes, that's all I have. Okay.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter.
I mean, I don't really have anything different to say than I said 15 minutes ago. I still think that a residency requirement is necessary. I still think there needs to be a limit to how many cars per household can have that, can be requesting for a permit. I still think that the alternate side is confusing and needs to be simplified and easy for residents to understand and follow.
Thank you. Trustees Stokebrand?
I have nothing further.
Okay, Trustee Ursink?
I don't know where, it sounds like we're all over the place on this topic here, so I don't know how we go about voting on all of this, but I'm not you know, I'd be interested in hearing more about the concept of limiting keeping the south side what it is like right now, but, you know, changing the rest of the village. I know you brought that up, President Rozak. I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't think residency is I wouldn't support residency, nor would I support limiting the amount of passes.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Bachhorst.
Thank you, President Rozak. I want to agree with what you said as far as the resident or the administratively simplicity, or in keeping this as simple as possible. I understand I've heard a lot about residency. I'm not really sure why we're going that route, because if the problem is we're worried about people parking in Shorewood that don't live here, or I don't know what the fear is that we have that residency would be the solution, but I'll reiterate what Trustee Ursing said. Milwaukee, if we're charging people $40 a night to park on our public streets, when Milwaukee is $25 a night for 6 months, I'm not understanding why people from Milwaukee or other places would pay $40 a night to come and park their vehicles in Shorewood when we still have other kind of restrictions during the day. You have to move your cars. Now they can dump your vehicle here. Also, I've heard this discussed by many of us on this board, and we are in budget season now, about budgets, finances. It's going to be more expensive, this and that, lost revenue. As Trustee Ursing said, here's a way for us to increase revenue. $40 a night, what is that? $500 and some change a year, or thereabouts? I can't do that math. So that's real money, guys, for someone just to park their vehicle. And again, if staff is saying that this is an administrative nightmare to verify residency, we have elections in the spring, we have elections in the fall. You know, we have a very small amount of staff. We have 1.5 square miles. We're top heavy as far as staff, and that's because you need that staff to run a village, unless we want to merge with Whitefish Bay or be annexed by Milwaukee. So we have to, so in order to decrease the amount of time that they waste in verifying a few things, and again, we can always come back and change these requirements. If parking in Shorewood, Wisconsin is so coveted that, you know, again, we've got a lake that in a river, so we're very, you know, it's very difficult to get here. But if it's so coveted and people want it, well, heck, we'll come back and say, if you're not a resident, you can pay $100 a night or whatever it is, because we can actually look at an opportunity to gain in revenue. But that's not the point of this. The point isn't to make money off of our residents or anyone else at that point. The point is equity. The point is to allow people the opportunity to park in this village. And let me reiterate this. Those that are already walking 2 blocks to park their car in a lot that they then have to move their car from, know what it's like to have to go and walk 2 blocks. I'm not saying that's right. No, it's absolutely not. So if their block is parked up and they have to park around the corner, we've all seen worse. Okay, this is a vast improvement upon what we have. And also, I think President Rozak, you had mentioned keeping the southwestern corridor, or sorry, southeastern the same. I forget what that's called. RC, what did you call that?
It's called the RCA Residential Congested Area.
Thank you. So we block that off, like you said. Again, it's not like we're going to have a bunch of UWM people from Milwaukee who pay $25 for 6 months, paying $40 a night to then park 2 blocks north of that. And again, some of you do not live in I live in the southeast area of Shorewood. Okay, I live a couple blocks from UWM. I live by the library. I live by all these places we discuss. These are not right now in front of my house. I don't deserve or own that spot. Just like President Rozak said, these are public streets for the public good. And we are publicly elected officials to ensure that the public has access and the right in a lot of different things. And that's what we have to keep in mind here. And I'm not saying we're not, but again, going back to the same arguments, revenue, okay, fine, $40 a month. Not everyone's going to do it. If we have a superfluous amount of demand, then we limit it to people, for example, those that are not homeowners or that currently have hardship cases. Because this isn't about all of us being able to park our 17 Ferraris in front of our homes. No, we're trying to create an equitable community that's not cost prohibitive. And this is one of the easiest ways. This is a heck of a lot easier than trying to come up with affordable housing options and things that are very important. They're paramount, but take many, many years. And this is something, okay, again, many of you are new on this board. There are 2 trustees that were just elected this last April. I've been on the board since 2013. Parking has been the biggest issue time and time again, and for a variety of reasons. But so many people have said, I consider moving out of Shorewood or X, Y, and Z because it is so impossible to park in my, there's 2 of us in this apartment. We have 1 parking spot, whatever. You can understand all the variety of scenarios. So let's keep this simple. Staff's asking for this. Yes, the consultant, in a perfect world, we would have all these other things. We don't have, again, we have a very small village, and we have 1 village. We have people wearing multiple hats to do multiple things. Let's keep it simple for staff. Let's keep it simple for the residents. Let's work through the growing pains. And if we want to put a restriction on the amount, I'm not really for that right now, but if there is such a run on these and that we have to find a way to whittle this down, by God, I know our staff can do it. I trust that our board could get there as well. So thank you. Oh, and $40 a month I still think is too high. Trustee Stokebrand, I'm not trying to single you out, but going from a higher amount to a lower amount with a board that is always constantly looking for a 0% budget or tax increase does not ever fly. It's hard enough to get us to this point. So we're better off going lower and raising the price over the year and saying, oops, we made a mistake. We have to fill a budget gap in the future, versus saying that those budget gaps won't exist, because we all know, and those of us who've been in government for a while know, that there's no way we're getting additional state funding, and every year we're going to have a budget gap.
And make a point of order.
Okay, Trustee Amendment.
We have not heard public comment yet, and we are already at 8:40. So I really ask that trustees try not to repeat themselves and to limit their comments so that we can hear public comment and be out of here before midnight. Thank you.
Great point, Trustee Menta.
Okay, thank you. Everybody's had a chance now. We've went around the table twice for the board members. I can tell right now we'd probably be in a tie vote, if that. We've worked on this way too long, and we all want the same thing in a different way. I don't think having a discussion in 2 meetings, if we can't get there, we should trash it. And so I personally, I know there's a lot of people probably in the community that want to speak on this. I don't think we're ready to hear it yet, because tonight, I don't really want to take the vote. But I'm going to leave it up to the board. If it was my preference, I would make a motion to defer, and I would defer for another 3 months to continue to work with staff on some of the details that they've heard tonight, that the trustees have expressed, and to come back with a different version with a little more concept built into it. So I don't know if the proper thing.
I feel like we need to hear public comment. People are here to comment on this item. Let's hear public comment, and rather than ask people to continually come back to different meetings. They're here now. Let them say what they have to say.
I understand. So I would like to make that motion, just because I feel like we may come back in 3 weeks, 3 more months, and it'll be completely different. I don't want people to waste their breath. So I'll make it. If it's not seconded and it goes down, we can move right into public comment, and we'll limit public comment to a certain amount of time for each person. But I would like to make the motion to defer this item until, Rebecca, what would be 3 more meetings, until a future date, no later than, what's 3 more meetings?
Are you looking at 3 meetings or 3 months? If you're looking at 3-minute meetings, it's October 5th.
And 3 months is?
You're into December.
Yeah. I'd like to defer this item to a meeting no later than December 31st, 2020. Okay. Without a second, that motion fails, and we'll move into public comment. Public comment, I can't see people who raise their hand, so Sarah, are you on the line?
I am. So I will start with Janet Kryline, who emailed prior to the meeting. And then if there's anybody else, if they could raise their virtual hand, I would appreciate that, and I will take you in order then. Janet, if you'd like to unmute yourself and give your name and address.
And also, I will ask that we limit public comment to 2 minutes per person, so we're not here all night. And also, the second thing is, if your comment has been already said by a person before you, if you could just concur with the person rather than restating the whole conversation, that'd be wonderful as well. Thank you so much. Just your name and your address. Janet.
Janet Kryline, 2016 East Menlo Boulevard. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So I concur with the goals here. I do have concerns about being in the southeast quadrant close to UWM and what that might mean for our neighborhoods and our streets. I concur with some of the concerns about snow removal. I feel like there really needs to be a plan for ensuring that we can get snow removed so that people who do need to park on the streets can actually access parking on those streets in the winter months. There are a couple points that I'd like to make. I personally live on a street that does not have parking on both sides of the street. I've heard little conversation tonight about what that might mean for streets where there's parking only on one side, and how that would impact, how that fits into the alternate side street parking. I did read the ordinances. I unfortunately was not able to put together in my mind how that would work. And in certain cases, the streets are already quite narrow, as was mentioned tonight. And so if there's an inability to remove snow, those streets get much, much narrower. There are already times in the wintertime where it's difficult to exit my driveway due to parking congestion on the streets. That is not to say that I don't support this proposal, but I also would like to speak to bicyclists on the streets. We are constantly looking for ways to allow our kids and our community to bicycle more safely in the community. Adults are not allowed to bicycle legally on the sidewalks. If there is more parking on the streets, to avoid opening of car doors, it forces a bicyclist to basically become a vehicle. And that's something that hasn't been discussed tonight. I would just like that to be considered, because you can't ride next to a parked car and then take a chance that you've got a car door opening into you as a bicyclist. It's not a good result. The other question that I have that was not raised tonight is I'm very unclear on the 20 days. So if my family member wants to come and stay for a week and they need to park on the street, is that a parking permit? Or do I still have this call-in feature? That was not discussed. I looked for it in the ordinance, could not piece it together. So I apologize if it's there and I couldn't figure it out. And lastly, I do agree that it is way too difficult to enforce this ordinance stuff. There are kids in the duplexes, one name's on the lease, two names aren't, or one name's not. They won't have the documents to basically support residency. It's an administrative nightmare. So what I would like to understand is, Bart had indicated that there was a 6-month review period. I would highly, highly support that. But if that review period requires ordinance changes, we know how hard that is. And so I would like to find a way, and my understanding of village ordinances versus policy is not deep, but I'd like to find a way where some of the changes that we need to make to address like on the ground activities as this gets rolled out could be made without changes to ordinances, but perhaps changes to policy that could be proposed by staff and would necessitate less of a cumbersome process, but could be responsive to what we see potentially happening on the ground. So thank you for your time. And thank you all. This is such a complicated subject. I just have to say to all of you that I credit you for the hard work that I know is going into the discussion of the subject. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet. Sarah?
Yep. Next we have Michael Maher. Mike, if you want to unmute yourself and say your name and address.
Yeah, Michael Maher, 2100 East Menlo Boulevard. I did comment the last time, but I just want to reiterate. There's been some discussion about how this can be implemented and then changed in the future. That's not as simple as it sounds, because people rent properties and buy houses based on their parking arrangements. And then in a couple months, if you say, oh, we're going to limit the permits, going back is very difficult also. So people make arrangements based or rent apartments assuming parking. If it went away, it'd be a real problem. I agree with Trustee Amenta that the devil is in the details on parking. You know, there's been a mention of how many spots are on streets along the business corridor. This arrangement is not by zone. This is just village-wide. And I'd be concerned about the number of potential permits along like North Murray across from Village Hall, South Oakland, near Harry's, all those apartments, those large apartment buildings. The north part of Oakland, the Zion lot, that whole area is those. It's easy to say, well, they'll just overflow into the neighborhoods, but if you live in the neighborhoods and you want to park on the street, there won't be space. I think some analysis needs to be done on how many spots are really available in these areas. I would support limiting it to 2 permits per unit, at least some control over it. At least to start, you can always ease up later, but at least you know you won't have people have some parking and 2 extra spots that they can do it. And I also think waiting to figure out snow removal and the garbage to the future. We're almost to winter. The snow is going to be coming down here pretty shortly. And if you got a sign and then educate the public, it's not something you can just do on the fly. And I'm still real concerned about the alternate parking. It's between 3 and 5. If I park the day before, 11 o'clock, what side am I parking on? I mean, you're going to have cars on both sides, and I don't understand. I don't quite understand how that's worded. So, in summary, I do support limiting it to 2 permits per spot per unit house. Also, to look at how much capacity is really in those tight, highly dense apartment building areas, even the northwest corner of the village. I mean, on the plain residential streets, this is not probably going to be an issue. But if you get into any heavy duplex area, you're going to have people parking a couple blocks away. So thank you. That was my comments.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I do not have any other residents with their hands raised at this time.
Does anybody else publicly want to speak at this time? If not, then I would entertain a motion. I can make my motion again. Joking.
I want to make a motion to amend ordinance. Well, actually, let's not get into amending ordinances. I'd like to make a motion for staff to come back at the next meeting with a revision to ordinance 3013 that limits the number of on-street parking permits per unit to 2. Actually, per unit, yeah.
Do I have, clerk, can you read the motion and then can I have see if there is a second?
Yep. To request staff to come back with a revision to ordinance 3013 that limits the number of parking spaces to 2 per unit.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, trustee Amenta made the motion. Trustee Stokebrand seconded the motion.
I do have a question. Did she mean limiting the number of overnight parking permits to 2 per household, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Correct. Any further discussion? Trustee Carpenter.
Is that the only amendment that you would like to make to the ordinance? Or, I mean, I'm just.
You mean, are you asking about residency too? Because that would automatically, I mean, you'd have to it includes residency because you'd have to, oh, yeah. I think that would include residency. Like, I mean, I guess you could be on the other side of Edgewood and buy 2 parking, yeah. Okay. Why don't let me withdraw my motion. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Wait. Am I unmuted? Just for procedural reasons, Trustee Amenta would like to withdraw her motion. Is the whole board okay with withdrawing that motion since it's on the floor? Anybody object? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to ask staff to return with revisions to ordinance 3013 that require Shorewood residency to purchase an on-street parking permit and that limit the number of on-street parking permits per unit to 2.
Do you want to add the word overnight parking permit?
Overnight on-street parking, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you reread the motion?
Yep. For staff to return with revisions to ordinance 3013 that require Village of Shorewood residency for on-street overnight parking permits and to limit the on-street overnight parking permits to 2 per household.
Okay, any further discussion?
Can I just say that, you know, everybody said we can change this, you know, I think it'd be good to do this, see how many we get in, and if as staff anticipates it's not really a big issue and we're not having a problem in certain areas, we can change it and remove the requirement. And secondly, I just want to say, if we want to pass something tonight, I think this is a condition for at least 3 of us, and there's only 6 of us here tonight. So it might be worthwhile making this concession so we can vote 6-0 on this.
Trustee Botkhorst.
I love how this board likes to be unanimous. That's a great goal. However, I'm a little unclear about the motion. When you say when staff is to bring us back, does that mean we're voting tonight on an ordinance, or we're voting to have this brought back to us for a vote?
Yeah, I don't want to get into like we have in the past of us writing an ordinance. I think it's better for us to have Nathan write the ordinance and bring it back and with the correct language. So I'm asking them to come to the next meeting with a rewritten ordinance to this effect.
Okay, so my understanding is then if this vote were to go through this evening, does not mean that we are going to adopt the ordinance that would be brought back to us. It's just that we're kicking it to the next meeting.
With updated language, correct?
True, but at the next meeting, we certainly could strike said updated language.
Sure.
Theoretically speaking.
Well, we could, but that would be kind of a waste of resources to pay our attorney to update this and then.
Okay, thank you,
and
Trustee
delete
Mentet.
it.
Thank you, Trustee Mentet. I think just you guys made your point. Anybody else have further discussion on the?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we want to leave the time element in the January? Do we want to leave the time element in?
About starting in January? I don't want to make, we don't have to make an amendment that does everything. I mean, we can, so you can make another amendment. Okay.
Okay, so we're keeping it as it is because we already have a motion on the floor and a second, so we're not adding or unless you want to make an amendment. Trustee Ursink.
It's not really relevant to this, to this, but I'm just wondering if would it clear a lot of things up if we could put out a survey of who would be interested in these permits to get a gauge on the kind of information we get back, so we have a better understanding of what that means for the village. Like if we said in January we're going to implement overnight parking, who's interested, and then we collect names for the next 3 months, and we kind of have a good idea of what we're looking at.
Can I respond to that? Just Tyler might still be on the line. The one survey we have done consistently every 3 years, we put in parking, a question on parking on purpose, and I think it was 4 years ago that we finally saw that 52%, and mostly were homeowners, 52% actually were in favor of overnight parking on the street. It doesn't get to your exact who will want this, but it actually was a shift. It was right before Chris Schwartz left as village manager, and that's when he said it's time that we can deal with this. Because prior to that, and Tyler, please, if I'm saying something incorrectly, correct me, but prior to that, there was not a will in the community to take that issue on. So that's the best we have to date. Tyler?
We did a survey. The survey's in the packet.
Right.
Bart, didn't we do a survey?
Tyler?
I'll just, we did a survey after the July 6th cow meeting through the village manager's memo and through Facebook. It didn't ask that exact question, but correct, there was a packet, or there was a survey in the last packet material.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the community survey right now. And yeah, for the opinions, that 44% said yes. 33% said no, and then 22% had no opinion. Oh, I'm sorry, hold up. Yeah, that's to the question, should the village ease parking restrictions to allow additional overnight on-street parking opportunities for residents? So for that question, we had 44% say yes and 33% say no. 22% had no opinion.
Any further questions or discussion? If not, we will go ahead and take a vote. Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you, President Rozak. I'm just going to say that I am not going to vote for this evening, even though it would in effect bring it back, because even though I'm pretty confident that if we had one more board member here, it would go the way of the majority. But I'm not in good conscience going to be able to vote for something that I don't agree with. And if you guys want to, if you the trustee that mentioned the coming to an agreement and conceding, it's probably good to know that if all of us were here, you'd be on the losing side of the vote. So the way you could meet us in the middle would be to come to the middle instead of asking the majority of us to go the other way.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other comments? If not, go ahead, clerk, read the read it once more and then we'll take a vote.
To have staff return with revisions to Ordinance 3013, requiring Village of Shorewood residency to purchase overnight on-street parking permits and to limit two overnight on-street parking permits per household.
Okay, it'll be a roll call vote. Go ahead, Sarah.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Ursink.
No.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
Yes.
Trustee Backhorst.
No.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion fails 3-3.
Would anyone like to make a motion? If not, I would like to make a motion to defer to allow staff to work on the issues they've heard from the public and all of the trustees around the table tonight, and to come back with an updated draft before December of 2020. Trustee, well, that is a motion, so I do need a second in order for discussion to take place.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Trustee Backhorst.
In all fairness, for this issue, and considering it's also a budgetary issue, and at last meeting, we decided that we were not going to make a decision because it fit into the whole budget. I would say that I would amend that motion to say that the vote should be made during the final budget process, because this does seem to, this is synergistic. And it was the Public Works motion, I believe it was Trustee Carpenter that moved to defer that to budget making or budget decision time. So that's a consideration I would have. So
Thank you. What is the budget? What is the meeting prior to the first budget meeting? Village Manager Ewald.
I'd like to request that if you're going to defer, that we bring it back at the September 21st meeting for some further direction from the board. We're at a point where we've already put within the scope of the draft budget the direction provided by the board at the last meeting. I understand that there's some changes that that need to be made, but I think that there's some consensus building amongst the board that needs to occur in order to facilitate moving forward. We need to do something with parking. It's not working. So to have come this far and not take even an incremental approach would be unfortunate. Thank you.
And as the motion maker, I would agree to change the date. Is anyone on the board object to that?
what date? Sorry. 22nd?
Bringing it back at the next meeting, September 21st.
Anybody object? Nope. Okay.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's important for Trustee Warren to be involved in this. Such a big issue that to have the full board would be, I think, beneficial.
And he's Public Works Chair, so.
Yep. We never hold over issues for one trustee. We always vote if we have quorum. So, however, if nobody has an issue with the deferral so that we can talk among ourselves or with staff or whatever needs to happen, let me know. And if nobody has an objection, then that's what the motion is. And do we have further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, what are the types of changes that you would be proposing to be made specifically between now and when we discuss it again? You're muted.
Are you looking to me, Trustee Amenta?
No,
Oh, sorry.
To the person who made the motion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I haven't had a chance to talk with Rebecca and Bart. I think it's important that the Southeast area be addressed as an incremental step, because I think that's the problem. That's going to be the most impacted. And if we can find a solution to that, it might bring the board together as a first step towards implementing something towards parking. And if not, then it gets voted down.
Why don't we talk about that now? I mean, why don't you make an amendment now to do that? So what we can just talk about it now.
And President Rozak, could I speak as well?
Okay, I would like to defer it so that staff could write that up. I don't like to make those revisions on the fly. that is why I would like another meeting cycle, but that's my answer. And now Trustee Bockhorst.
And I want to reiterate what our village manager just said. The draft that was brought to us tonight was based on the 7 of us discussing this at our previous meeting, and we did straw polls and we did everything. So I understand now there are revisions being made after that that I don't agree with, and I know that 2 or 3 of the others, 2 of the others that are here and the one that's not. So anyway. But I do agree that that whole southeast quadrant, which is my quadrant, and just so you all know, I have a 2-car garage and enough space to fit 5 cars in my driveway, and on my lawn if I want to go that far. But so this isn't for my benefit, but I do think that my neighbors around me, especially just a block or 2 to the south, will be impacted by this as well. So I would like to see what that would look like. And I'd also like to see the positive budget impacts that this would have if we do allow a certain amount of permits on the street, because especially if we don't have any administrative overhead. So anyway, so I think I would even go further and have this brought back during the budget cycle, like I said before, but I'm fine with discussing this next time.
I have a question, President Rozak.
First, Manager Ewell, and then Trustee Stokebrand.
To Trustee Amenta's inquiry, could we talk about the southeast portion? That seems to be an area that people want to discuss, and I think it's important that maybe we try to at least build some consensus with that option.
I'm certainly open to that. Did you have something different, Trustee Stokebrand, that you wanted to discuss first?
No, that was my point. If we're going to make some sort of an exception for the southern part of the village, it sounds like it's everything south of Capitol. Or what's the RCA boundary? How do we, does staff have an option for making?
This is why. Okay, I know.
For making that work.
Yeah, and I apologize for not having like a working group on this. I've worked on it for 5 years, so I just know the lingo. In our ordinance, there is actually a boundary called an RCA, and it was created by the city of Milwaukee originally. They came up with the concept, and it's around university areas where you get a lot of people a lot of students that live in one housing unit, so like a duplex that has 7 students. And you try to prevent that, but it happens, and so parking gets taken up very quickly by the professors and the amount of students that are in the area. So if you are a homeowner, you typically have a very hard time parking on the street ever, daytime, nighttime. It's just, that's what happens. So what the city of Milwaukee took 10 years to implement under Alderman D'Amato and many neighborhood meetings was a thing called an RCA. And that is a residential congested area, and it's a fixed boundary that shouldn't move. And basically within that boundary, you can get a permit if you own a home, if you're a homeowner, and you can park on the street, and it's signed that says you can only park on the street if you are a homeowner, if you have this permit. Now, so then the students cannot park, and otherwise it's 2-hour parking. So the students can park, but they can't park all day. So they can't park their car and go to block classes all day. So we decided before my time in Shorewood to do the same thing. And at some point, the village of Shorewood adopted that fixed square boundary around an area of the university, whereas the same exact regulations would apply, which is if you are a student, you can park, for 2 hours, but if you need this permit to be able to park on the street all day, because you're a homeowner, basically. Now, if you exclude, so there is a defined boundary. Unfortunately, a couple years ago, that boundary jumped Capitol because there is a clause in the ordinance that I wanted cleaned up 5 years ago that we haven't gotten to, which I was hoping to do during parking, but I'll take a win any way I can get it at this moment on parking. But the clause in there is a loophole, and it says that any resident can petition, any block can petition, and if 60% of the street parking is blah blah blah, there's a stupid equation, and then you have the chief counting cars, and it takes an enormous amount of administration. Anyways, you can get designated as part of this RCA, unfortunately. And 2 blocks, not saying that whether the residents were right or wrong, I'm just saying that this is the clause. And it jumped capital. And the concern was that it was going to continue to go towards our business district, and then we'd have no parking for daytime. But what I'm trying to say is we do have a fixed boundary for the RCA. If we've eliminated that clause or kept it or whatever we want to do, you still can utilize that and say, we're going to implement, you can buy it on, a nighttime parking permit as long as you're not within that boundary for the first year. And I know that sounds very unfair, but the problem is that those are the people that are going to be impacted the most, because a student can buy a permit and at, soon as that residential daytime permit period ends, they park. And if you go out for groceries as a homeowner and you come back, you're not going to be able to park on your street. So anyways, that had been the biggest concern I had heard in the last 5 years. So there it is. Trustee Menta.
Okay, are you talking about both south of Capitol and the 2 blocks north of Capitol that we designated as RCA?
Yes.
Okay, let me point out, if we make, first of all, that's the area of greatest parking need. So we're kind of defeating the purpose. I don't think it's equitable to say 3/4 of the village you can do this, but in this quarter you can't. And thirdly, the clerk's office is still going to have to check addresses. If we say you can't do it in this RCA, they're not going to just be able to hand it out to whoever applies. They're going to have to check that somebody's not in the RCA. So, I'm not going to vote for it for all of those reasons.
Trustee Carpenter and then Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I was not quite clear that the RCA was that large. From my understanding and talking to residents, that the RCA and the intention of the RCA was to be within direct proximity of the university, where there's really a major issue with parking and students parking all day. So to go all the way up to Capitol, that's a very large portion of the village. So then, is it what percentage of the village is that? Is that 1/3? Because the southwest quadrant is very small in comparison. So I'm just like, this does not feel like a consistent process if like 1/3 or whatever that percentage is not included. That seems kind of ridiculous that the RCA is that large.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I don't like the parking regulations at all that we have on the books, and I've asked for 5 years for us to clean them up, and that's why we're here, but we're only cleaning up one piece of it. So I'm fine with voting. If someone had a motion, I just think we need to defer this, because if we don't defer it, it will die. And quite honestly, we worked too hard and taken too many steps and heard from too many residents for it just to go away. So anybody?
Well, I guess for those, I have a question.
Oh, Trustee Backus and then Trustee Stokeman.
If it doesn't get voted on tonight, I don't think it dies. I mean, we can always bring anything up at any other meeting.
I think I'm sorry.
Trustee Stokebrand and then Village Manager Ewald.
It just seems to me that the question is, for those of us that have concerns about the people on the southern part of the village who have concerns about having too many people parking on the street and are not comfortable with what it's going to do to their neighborhood, do any of you who didn't favor the last motion, what ideas do you have? President Rozak or Trustee Ursink or Trustee Bockhorst, do you have anything to offer to help us deal with the issues that those residents have brought forth?
I think what President Rozak said before, we deal with the RC, I mean, it's a zone, and that's a simplification. Again, if it becomes a problem where there are too many people parking on the streets, we ask the homeowners and people like me and others that have driveways and stuff, give up your parking permit. This is a fair village. People are generally not that, what would I call, greedy as far as parking is concerned. And the reason we're doing this is to help those that need it, you guys. So that's just, we have to keep that in mind. And I don't think most people are going to abuse this. But I hear what you're saying, Trustee Stokerbrand. I would want to know, and again, you know, we have Bart, we have a variety of other people who can help us navigate this, but we're not unique to this. We're not the first village to do this. You know, we're not the first village that has a university as our southern border or, you know, within our municipality. And our staff can do this, and we have data. But the thing I don't want us to do is to make a bunch of amendments and changes to what I think that we all had some kind of consensus. And consensus doesn't mean absolute agreement, but we had them bring this back tonight for a vote, but yet it's now almost 9:30 and we haven't even gotten to the masks or the other things because I feel, and I could be mistaken, but that some see this as an opportunity to make changes because one person is missing. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. So, but anyway, I don't, if we carve out the bottom two, and when you get your parking permit, it's not like you're not going to get any communication. It's going to say, you cannot park in these. There will be a map with your parking permit or however it's distributed digitally or whatnot. You park below these lines, you get a ticket. So then, you know, they get penalized and you quickly learn, you know, that you can't park there. So we can do this, you guys. We can do this. People can handle change. People can handle a surprise. It happens every day. We're in a pandemic right now. Look at all the adjustments we've made.
And I can't remember who asked me, but yes, we already customized Duncan. That boundary is already in there. So Trustee Bockhorst is absolutely correct. All you do is just say, here you go. You bought a permit. You can park anywhere except here for now. And then that boundary can change at any time. Anyways, it could. That is what I would suggest for the first few months while we roll it out. However, it doesn't mean that's the perfect solution. My perfect solution is allow on-street parking. First come, first serve, 1,000 permits online, register, just like the city of Milwaukee. That would be my preference. I hear that there's big concern that there's people from out of Shorewood that are going to be coming here and parking on our streets, which I've heard for 5 years. That's been a big concern, and it kills me every time I hear it because I think that's so racist. I hear that it's not going to be as attractive. Our streets will start to look cluttered. It's not going to be a suburban feel, which is a very real concern to many. I've heard during public safety committee meetings, your cars are going to get and your doors are going to get broken into more because there's going to be more people on the street at night because they're parking there. I've heard every reason of why we can't park on the street. And so I'm just trying to come to a solution to allow people to park on the street. It's a street, and streets are used for driving and parking and riding bikes. And so, you know, crosswalking. Other than that, so if I knew going into this that I said to the village manager when she came on, the number one area that is going to have the biggest concern is going to be the RCA. Don't touch the RCA. Don't touch it for at least for the daytime parking. The second anyone who's been here long enough knows that area has very, very, very active citizens because they fought long and hard for many years to keep that daytime parking permit, and they deserved it. You know, it's right by the university. So if that is something that would help us move this forward, it's already programmed into Duncan, and I certainly would not feel ashamed or upset if we needed to make that step to move this forward. Rebecca is next, and then Trustee Amenta.
Can you hear me? Yep, okay. I was just gonna ask you to, no matter what it comes out to be, don't do nothing. We've spent and I guess I am echoing what President Rozak is saying, whether it's incremental or not, whatever, we need to be able to come to some agreement to move this forward because what we're doing is not working. And I don't want to see you guys move forward without making any type of change. So I'm interested in hearing some of the comments from the trustees because I want to see where we can find a win to move to a next step so that we can review and process improve from there.
Trustee Menta, and then
how do people prove residency for the RCA right now? I'm asking staff.
Yep, Sarah.
I don't know if I know that. That would be a question for Diane.
Okay, well, there's some residency process that they go through, and that's more than a quarter of the village. And what Allison is saying is going, you know, I mean, this whole argument about we don't have staff time, this is going to be a residency. This is going to be a program where you have to prove residency also. And it's also, the RCA is also limited to 2 per household. So you're talking about preserving a program that requires residency and requires a limit per household. But this, all I've been hearing tonight is staff can't possibly do this. So I'm getting inconsistent. This is inconsistent. If we can do it, I mean, if we can exempt the southeast corridor, southeast corner, then they're going to have to check everybody who comes in, not just people in the southeast corner. So the people who are in favor of that are saying, oh, it's okay to create that workload for customer service. But when you talk about what the 3 of us are saying, me, Trustee Soberman, Trustee Carpenter, that this is something we need to do to regulate this throughout the village. It's like, oh, we can't possibly do it. So can we do it or can't we do it? I mean, you're being inconsistent. That's my only point.
Well, they prove residency with a driver's license. We can do residency. It's not that we can't do it. It just, it has to change. We have to change some things, and it's not a big deal. We can do it. We're not.
Well, you don't want to do it. Let's be honest. You don't want to do it.
No, we
They've got
can.
enough
We just
money
wanna make
to
sure-
Come on.
You know, that-
Point of
come on.
order. Point of order.
Go ahead, Sarah. Did you want to finish?
No, I'm done. It's fine.
Okay. Trustee Ursink.
So if somebody were to buy a permit, and when they bought their permit, they got a letter saying you cannot park in this area, there's no residency. You don't have to turn in your ID there. You're just getting, here are the 2 blocks that are, 3 or 4 blocks that are unparkable. That's it. And if people park there, they're going to get tickets. It's just that simple. Nobody needs a driver's license for that.
The RCA is a quarter of the village. It is south of Capitol.
Yeah, but we
and
can
east of
define what
Oakland.
we want. We can define what we want. We can define
Amanda,
2, 3 blocks.
please.
Hey, I think you can calm down here and be rational. We're trying to have a conversation. You don't need to freak out.
Trustee
Serious.
Ursink, do you have anything further? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, is it possible when somebody signs up for a permit to send them the districts that are restricted, like the area that is restricted, not the district, the area. So
Yes.
3 blocks you cannot park. Is that so? We can do that.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know if Rebecca's hand's up. Is your hand up, Rebecca? Oh, okay. Trustee Carpenter.
Thank you. One area I know that Rebecca was saying, trying to find something that we can build some consensus on. I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I had heard that we all did agree in some way, shape, or form or we're asking for some clarity regarding the alternate sides of the street. And with that, that it seems confusing. It's a little bit hard to follow. So I'm wondering if maybe, since we're trying to sort of, walk before we can run, maybe we can start there and get some consensus around the alternate side of the street parking, and then move forward and take some baby steps. So I don't know if that's something that everybody is in agreement with, and maybe I'm just hallucinating at 9:30 at night, but I thought that we all had some questions, and I know we wanted to defer to Leanne regarding snow removal, but I do think it is a little bit confusing, and I thought that there were some other people who thought the same. So,
great questions. I have no concern. Bart, can you reiterate what you put in the language is what exists today? Is that correct?
Well, it modifies the language. It's the same time frame that exists today. The larger conversation with alternate side parking related to winter regulations, not to overnight regulations. But our current night regulations already have this in there. And so there was direction provided at last meeting to update the wording of those so that they could be enforced better. So the current proposal updates that for the purposes of night parking, but not for the purposes of snow removal. That was a discussion that was going to take place after night parking was moved on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I ask a follow-up question if anybody is mad? I missed that completely. It's a new requirement that because we're parking on the street and it has nothing to do with snow, it's that we only are allowing people to park on one side of the street because at night. That's not anything to do with winter regulations. Oh, I don't support that at all, but okay, thank you. Trustee Carpenter, did you?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm following that. Because I thought that was, I think that maybe that's what you were saying, President Rozak, but I thought that was the whole purpose of that, was because, I mean, that's something else that I have heard from residents over and over again is that, last year on Halloween, it snowed. We had a blizzard on Halloween and our winter parking regulations are from December to March. And then it snows until like May. And so the thought was to go to the alternate side of the street parking for snow, but that's what you're saying is not, I'm very confused. I'm not.
Okay, I think I got it. So actually what staff did was eliminate some of all of our concerns, which is you can't park up the village because you can only park on one side of the street every single night. Is that correct, Bart?
Correct, that was the direction that was provided.
So rather than it have anything to do with winter, it was only 50% of the streets can be parked at one time. I understand that. I can go with that if it gets us passed tonight. I don't agree with it, but that could be my compromise. That allows you to know only 50%, but then you're gonna need to know how many permits you're allowed to issue. I mean,
exactly. You still need to track. You still need to track. Exactly.
People will be pissed if they're never gonna. We have 14,000 residents. I know the consultant doesn't think it's a big deal, but the people that want to park are the ones that are in the apartments and the multifamily homes. And I'm fine. That's the whole point of this. But if you just issue unlimited amounts and they can only park on one side of the street, then people just will drive around forever and ever and ever and ever. Yes. Trustee Carpenter, she had follow up, and then Trustee Bockhorst.
I'm just also trying, and maybe I can't envision this, but like, what does a street sign look like that says from 3 to 5 you can only park on this side and 3 to 5? I'm also just sort of struggling with like what I could see people like trying to figure out, can I park here? I have a permit. Which side of the street? What time of the that I also am struggling with. Not to be like continuing on to hammer this point, but it just is gonna, I don't know. It's very confusing to me.
President Rosa, Trustee Stokebrand has had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Bockhorst has two, and then I didn't see Trustee Stokebrand. So Trustee Bockhorst and then Trustee Stokebrand.
I appreciate what you said, Trustee Carpenter. And I think I've come up with the most beautiful compromise ever. You guys ready for this? What if we allow anyone that can prove residency a parking spot on the street for $40, and if you don't want to prove residency, you pay whatever it costs in the municipal lots, or you pay $60. That way we can solve that problem. Well, that doesn't actually solve the problem. Forget it, scrap that. I don't have anything else.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Can I cede my time to Barb? Kylie Miller, please.
Not at this moment.
Okay.
We're still talking at the board level, but yes, in a moment.
Okay, so the alternate side parking. So can someone, Bart, the consultant, or did someone say, how do you work with the 3 to 5 a.m.? Then what do people do? And so on streets where you just have parking on one side, you never have alternate side parking because you just have parking on one side because it's so narrow, or how does it work there?
Correct. The proposed ordinance stipulates an exception. So if I can just pull it up here. Within section C, number 2, exceptions to alternate side parking. Alternate side parking restrictions shall not apply to street sections where parking is only designated on one side of the street. So alternate side parking is enforced between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., which is when the night parking permit is enforced, which is, once again, a separate issue from snow removal. It's relating to the enforcement of this particular permit. So the discussion was to clarify the current language, which the police department had indicated was confusing for residents to understand. So what's in the packet for you tonight was modified and clarified by staff in between the last two meetings. And this is what staff was comfortable with enforcing. And so, but once again, this does not relate to winter parking. It only relates to the enforcement of the night parking.
Trustee Amenta?
So President Rozek, from the past comment you made, and the conversation we've been having about winter parking and alternate side of the street, am I correct in assuming that you now see that there's a potential problem of having unlimited permits and only alternate side of the street parking, and that that could be a problem?
I've always said that. I've always said I don't think we should issue 100% of the permits right out the 100% of our spaces right out the gate. But
okay. So my original motion, the motion I made before, which was that we would. I guess let me see if there's 4 people in favor of this. We alternate side of the street parking, no overnight. Remove the overnight parking ban. Okay, you can park on the street, but it has to be alternate side of the street parking. But you have to prove residency, and we have to control it, and to avoid. So we only do, let's say, 60% of available spaces on a block or something like that. So we've some.
The 60% on a block by block is what we do now, and is so administratively burdensome that's exactly what we're trying.
Okay. So forget doing it by block and just say 2 per unit. You know.
Residency. I think. Why don't you separate those for a second? If you're asking for everyone's opinion, residency requirement and limiting per units are 2 separate different things, because you can still have 2 per unit and be an employee and buy a permit. Is that correct? I mean, you're not saying you have to be a resident.
We could give 2 per. We could give 2 per place of business. It doesn't have to be a residential unit. 2 per place of business too.
I'm just saying they're separate. It's a residency requirement is you have to live here in order to be able to park on my street.
I personally don't care about the residency requirement. I'm more worried about limiting supply.
So I'm with you on that. And anybody else?
I'll get on that.
And Trustee Ursink is better with no residency requirement. Trustee Carpenter.
Sorry. So if you have, in theory, a duplex, you would have four permits that's available. And then if you have, a bakery, you would have 2 parking spots, 2 parking permits available. I think I could get behind that.
No residency, you're okay with no residency?
If we're limiting it to 2 per household unit, whatever we want to call it.
And I just want to make the plea, there's not that many businesses that need this. There's about 4. And so limiting it to 2 per business does nothing for them. It helps halfway. So I just feel like if you're going to do it for the businesses, just limit it to the residential units. But Trustee Stokebrand.
Yeah, I would be in favor of alternate side parking from 3 to 5 a.m. and to putting a limit on 2 parking permits overnight per household or unit.
The alternate side, okay, what I was proposing is alternate side all the time. Include you can park overnight, but it's alternate side, and 2 per unit. Yeah, and if we can do 3 per commercial, and we'll do it by the inspections that the inspector does, because there are those hairdressers where there's like multiple hairdressers in a single building.
Let me just chime in one more time about the businesses. It's not the hairdressers that need the permits, it's the bakeries. Trustee Carpenter, and then Trustee Bockhorst.
I would just wanted to clarify what you were saying, President Rozak, that you think that 2 permits per business is not sufficient, that you think that.
Yep. So when I was in the initial conversations, because I was public safety chair, there's only about 3 businesses in our entire village that this affects. And it's because they are either the cleaning staff, I mean, maybe more than that, but it's like probably 10 people at the most, or 12. It's the cleaning staff for bars that have to stay later than 3 a.m. who get a ticket because they can't get out of there fast enough. So the business owner would buy them a parking permit so that they don't get a ticket. Does that make sense? Or the people who are coming in to bake the bread in the morning at 4:30 or before the 5 o'clock, and they can't park on the street. So it's those 2 business types that are having trouble and who I heard multiple complaints from. So it's not the daytime like hair cutters or, we're talking about overnight in between the hours of 3 and 5. It doesn't affect that many businesses, but it does have an effect. And so if you just say I'm going to pick, I don't know, just pick out of the air something like the bakery, the French bakery. If they have 3 employees, yeah, thank you. If they have 3 employees that are coming in to bake the bread and we only allow 2 per business, I just don't know that it's such a big deal that we need to get to go there. I mean, for God's sakes, our businesses are all closing their doors right now. Like there's not that big of a deal to have to restrict the parking on their employees that need to come in between the hours of 3 and 5. So I just don't feel that it's a big deal that we should be harping on. I'm pleading with you.
So do we need the deal for the businesses or not? I'm confused.
So I'm asking not to limit the amount of overnight parking permits a business or someone that's an employee here can purchase, just by unit, 2 per unit, if you're residential unit. Trustee Ursink had his hand up.
I was going to agree with you on that one, that we should, I see the benefit of leaving it open for the business community.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I can get behind this as long as we're not going to require as a board that staff go to the point of, as long as this isn't the slippery slope of gliding into the residency requirement and creating a lot of work for staff. I'm okay with leaving the 2 per resident, although I don't want to be punitive towards people who do have multiple, people in the family. However, this is, we can always change it later, as I've said a million times. So I'd be willing to get behind this. And I also agree with the businesses. If people are willing to spend $40 or whatever, if we have a special business rate or whatever it is to allow their employees, and especially, we're not talking high wage earners for the most part here, guys. So already having tickets, Shorewood tickets are pretty expensive and they go up rapidly. And we do want to keep our small businesses afloat. So I don't think that we should arbitrarily pull a number out of the hat. We could leave that open for debate later. We could say, we could build into this in 6 months. We'll come back and look at it and see if there is a problem in the business community, or it could go to the bid at that time. I don't know, Arthur, if you're still on that or whatever. So
I'm in favor of unlimited for businesses if we limit households to 2.
Okay, it sounds like everyone here could vote for that. So I am going to withdraw my motion, whatever it was, as long as the rest of the board has no objection, and someone can make a motion.
Maybe Trustee Amenta knows what.
I'll move to ask staff to return, what's the ordinance number, with a parking, oh wait, hold on, with revised ordinance, proposed ordinance 3013 to allow, oh God, can I allow overnight parking?
Can you not ask them
at all? What?
Can you, instead of asking them to return for the vote, can you just, you've got the votes, can you just approve it with with inserting that one tiny language?
I'm, to Maybe if we take, well, what about this? What if we take a break, 10-minute break, make the changes,
okay,
and come back? What do people think of that? But I'm not sure if these changes are more substantive, that they need more careful writing.
And then they would let us know. So I think that's a fabulous idea. So why don't we take a bodily break anyhow? I don't have the current time. Does anyone have it?
9:42.
Okay, so it's 9:42. We will take a 10-minute break to 9:52. At that time, we will hopefully have a motion to vote on. And if not, at least we'll have a motion to bring something back to vote on. Thank you.
Okay, can Bart and Nathan stay on during the break? Can I talk to them during the break?
Yep, I think whoever needs to work with Trustee Menta, please do that to craft the language.
Be happy to do that.
Okay.
All right. See you in 10
All right. And then I need to run to the bathroom too. Okay, so how do we need to change this? Vehicles, but we have to add the alternate side in here, or we have alternate side already, right?
Oh, and last thing, please, every other trustee, just do not participate in the conversation. I don't want it to become a quorum, okay? Thank you.
Correct. Alternate side is already in there unless you'd like to make changes to that language. Alternate side is section C.
Oh, it's in here already?
Correct.
Hold on, I'm in section C. Except as provided, vehicles parked pursuant to this authorizing night parking shall be parked. Okay, so let's just take out between the hours of 3 and 5, right? But does that conflict with the alternate? Don't we have another section on alternate side of the street parking?
No.
No. Okay. So what if we just take out between the hours of 3 and 5?
How would we enforce it then? What time would we enforce it from?
Well, okay. Where's Chief Nimrod? That's a good question, because if you do it midnight to midnight, you're not going to make people run out and move their car at 12:05. So I don't know. How do other places do it? Noon to noon?
They do, or the time restriction. And at this point, our current time restriction is 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. I was fine with that. I don't think Chief Nimmer was advocating to change that. But if the board wanted to change that from midnight to 6 a.m. or to however they wanted to do it, I think that's where I'm struggling right now to understand where that would come from. The current regulation is 3 a.m. to 5 a.m.
But I mean, the point is that for garbage collection and snow, you know, at 5 a.m., you could have cars parked on both sides. So the idea is that you have it on one side or the other side so that DPW can do what they need to do, whether it's garbage or snow removal. I mean, how's Milwaukee do it? You don't, when you go to Milwaukee, they're not, well, I don't know. They are parked on both sides of the street. I don't know.
Correct. That's why this discussion was intended to be a separate discussion in relation to daytime restrictions, because both winter and this alternate side, if there's a desire to change that, it would need to be changed throughout the day. So that's why the intention was to tackle quote unquote night parking permits first and then see how things went and tackle winter regulations this upcoming winter/spring to implement before next winter's snow season.
Not this winter, next winter, you're saying?
Correct, because we have a large number of signs that are currently out there stating no parking from December to March, or the time or budget to change those. So the decision was, quote unquote, to tackle night parking first and then come back and discuss larger scale changes to alternate and winter. And I realize that's not what we're trying to discuss right now, but that's just my perspective of why what is before you right now.
Okay, so then I do think we need to come back, don't you? I mean, I'm frankly getting confused. I don't think we're going to be able to do this tonight.
Correct. If I understand the change in direction that the board is not comfortable doing it in the process that I was moving towards, larger discussions, including the direct perspectives of, you know, DPW and the police department on those two issues would need to be brought in. This was all specific to night parking. with the intention or goal of getting it adopted so that we would understand the budget implications.
Right, but it's, you know, the alternate side is connected to the night issue. I mean, they're all, this is a problem. It's all interconnected. And I think the board's having trouble with, you know, doing it piecemeal. So that's what the problem is.
And I think just the perspective is we currently allow it during the day, right? So that is a much bigger change, a much bigger discussion, which is why it was intended to be its own thing. But I'm just giving you perspective as to why what was brought before you is here. So.
And I mean, would that mess up the RCA too? Because I mean, the RCA is both sides of the street, right? It's not just one side of the street. So that's going to affect the RCA also, daytime parking.
But it doesn't expand the number of permits issued in the RCA. So night parking, in my opinion, has no direct relation to the RCA because it's not changing the daytime permits, because this permit is only good from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. I can't park there during the day if I don't have that permit. So if I'm a commuter from someone else, there's no change in the daytime restrictions of the RCA. The RCA was built specifically for daytime regulations. The nighttime regulations would only allow people that already have the daytime permit to purchase a nighttime permit to park there. I don't understand or see who else would be purchasing that if they don't already have a daytime permit, because you can park there from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., but then once daytime regulations start at, I believe, at 8 a.m., you'd have to move it. So in the daytime, it still will be cleared, quote unquote. It's just expanding it to allow you to park at night.
No, but my point about the daytime parking in the RCA is, I don't know how many we currently, if we go to alternate side of the street parking every day for the entire day, then, you know, the entire 24-hour cycle, whatever we define that cycle to be, then we may have oversold for the RCA already, right? We may have too many because we're selling for both sides of the street there.
Theoretically, but I don't believe that is the case, but that's theoretically true.
Yeah, I don't know how many of those streets have parking on, but probably not very many have parking on both sides of the street because pretty narrow streets in that part of town. Yeah, I don't feel competent, capable of proposing amendments to the ordinance right now. So maybe
I'll just throw out one clarification too, is like, so if we limit it by unit without requiring residency, I don't know how effective that's going to be, because once again, as I stated in a previous meeting, if I'm three students living in one place, or if I'm 3 adults living in one place, I just pick my neighbor's address, submit it, hope that they don't have 2 permits, we move on our way. So it's a nice theory, but I just want to be clear that I don't think it's going to stop units from purchasing more than 2 permits, because if we're not being requested or required to verify that, it's just going to go straight through and there it is. So
right, I mean, essentially, if we don't do verification, I think the concern is if we don't do any verification, we're kind of opening the floodgates, and we don't really know where that's going to land us, especially in certain parts of the village. So yeah, the verification, but I think where Allison was coming down, like, I don't think she, so I think there's at least 4 of us who, well, the verification is something we have to clarify. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my perspective that if you limit it per household, you will need to require residency requirement.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Or get permission from the occupancy holder for a commercial unit, or some level of approval for those as well. So if there is a desire to limit these permits, that is my perspective of how you would need to do it.
I mean, what you've proposed really only works if there's no verification. So, and if there's a board majority that we need to do some kind of verification, then we do need to come back with a little more thought about how to do that and how to deal with the commercial too. So, okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's been 15 minutes.
Is the clerk back with us? Sarah?
Hi.
Hi.
I think we're back.
I think everybody's back, but Trustee Stokebrand. She's not on camera yet.
Okay. So we have a quorum. Hi, Trustee Sukuman. Then I will reconvene the Village of Shorewood's Board of Trustee meeting. It is, time please?
9:57.
9:57. We were having discussion, Trustee Amenta, or?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think we were able to be able to edit the proposed ordinance. And our planning director makes a point that if address doing the limit per household is connected to address verification, because somebody could just say, I live at my neighbor's house, give me a permit. So, which I don't know how many people are that devious, but I think he makes a good point that if we do one, we do have to do the other. What were the other, then when we got into the alternate side of the street parking issue, I think we all kind of, my understanding was that we were changing overnight parking and doing the alternate side. Bart saw that more as dealing with nighttime first and then dealing with daytime, and I think that's a more significant change, and that the police chief and DPW, like if we were going to move ahead on alternate side, that we would need more staff input on that. Am I correct, Bart?
Correct. Daytime changes would require a lot of discussion with signage and specific streets, and the intention was to tackle that after night parking in anticipation for next year's winter. We don't have the budget or the time to be changing that level of signage. We don't have signage right now relating to alternate side parking installed in many places. It's most often done as like a gateway into the village saying, reminder, this is the alternate side restrictions. Whereas we have a large amount of winter restriction parking out there that we cannot, if it snows in October again, there's no way that we could get that modified in time. So the intention was correct, alternate side as it relates to night parking. And then if and when that were to expand into different hours or different daytime, we would take that up separately. So it's not that it's not going to be discussed, it's that I personally, and I thought I had an understanding of that, did not think it needed to take place in order to offer the permit.
Well, I guess if I know that alternate side is coming in the winter of 21-22, I could be convinced to go ahead with getting rid of the night parking. And if Bart points out the night parking will be alternate. So is that something we could do, like go ahead with the night with the understanding that we're gonna, but we're just gonna consider alternate side. What other people think?
President Rozak?
Stokebrand?
It seems to me, though, the question still is, and this is why I changed my position from the last discussion we had, is that I got feedback from constituents that they want something to stop the, completely, unhampered parking. And so that's why I think the residency or the limit per unit was a way to go. So if we could approve overnight parking limited to residents and unlimited overnight parking permits per commercial business.
We have 3 votes for that, but I'm not sure if we have 4 or if we still have 3 for that, and that was President Rozak. You're still muted.
when I started out 5 years ago on the mission and the first roundtable, I can tell you I would not do that to the administration. I do not think it's fair, nor do I think it is helpful for us to limit and make residency requirements and limit to 2 per household. It is a nightmare. And why go from one nightmare to another? So at this moment, I couldn't support that.
Okay, well, somebody has to make a motion then. And let's vote.
Trustee Ursing?
So if we go ahead and just do the limit per household and expect that we're not going to get, you know, hundreds of devious people putting in fake addresses or their neighbors' addresses, I mean, is that a starting place? Is that somewhere where we can all at least start to see, you know, how this unfolds?
Who had a concern over that? Was it the attorney? I wasn't part of the
No,
conversation.
it was just the conversation between Trustee Amenta and Bart during the break.
Oh, so Bart, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I just want to be clear with expectations that if this is how we pass the ordinance, I wouldn't expect that staff is then understanding, oh, I don't think they live there. I know they don't live there. I'm suggesting that if you do it this way and someone enters an address, they're going to get a permit as long as the valid address in Shorewood and that's not both taken up. So if you're comfortable with it not being verified, which is what the current proposal essentially is, you can add that language and it's not really changing my perspective on the impact. I just want to be clear on expectations that if it's not verified, it's not verified.
Is there a way to add a name into the system? So when you add the address, you add a name and those two have to match up for it to be approved?
Sarah?
We don't have the names of all the tenants that live in the unit.
It would just have to be the owner or like the landlord at that
What would you know? Sarah?
We don't, you know, we may not be able to verify it like right off the bat when they buy that parking permit. We could potentially verify it after. That would have to be something we'd have to look at how we do that and then handle it from there. I think the big caution of scenario is, you know, if we do something, I just don't want us to get into a place where all of a sudden people complain, you know, like there's only that we have to prove residency or somebody is purchasing saying that they're in this address. You know, that we start with these exceptions of people because that's how we get into all these parking conundrums that we have now. So I think that's the only issue with staff, you know, I mean, it's time consuming, but our issues, you know, proving where people live, that there's not a lot of, you know, exceptions after that. Also, this person called and complained, now what do we do? So we just need to be very clear on what is expected for people who are purchasing if we are going to require residency, which is fine.
Is it less work to manage some of those complaints than to manage this kind of system overall where you have a photo IDs every month coming in, you know, by the hundreds and trying to verify all of that? Is it easier just to take a case by case basis with complaints than it is to just kind of do this whole residency system?
I don't know if we can answer that completely. You know, we'd have to just see. I mean, if you start with the 2 per household and we go and see what it looks like and we see what the complaints are, we can come back and readjust.
And I would just say to Trustee Stokerbrand's point that, you know, when you think of this proverbial flood of people coming in, they still have to pay $40 a month, you know? So if there is a flood and they're all paying $40 a month, you could kind of look at that as a win for the village in a certain way. You know, I think that's, you know, some revenue that the village would be getting for, for a budget that's looking like we're a little bit over right now. So, you know, I know it doesn't help the folks in certain areas, but I just don't see that wave with that price tag. Yeah, I'm mute.
Trustee Stokebrand.
So, but for the village staff, it's easier to prove residency than it is to prove number of permits per household, is it not, or am I mistaken?
I don't know. Residency requires a proof of something where I guess if the system can be set up to only sell 2 per household, it would be easy if the system's set up that way.
Don't we, President Rozak? You currently get 20 parking spots through Duncan per address. So that's already built into the system. So that wouldn't, so that's built into the system. And also, let me remind you guys of a little voter ID story. So remember all the cases of voter fraud based on people voting multiple times and not having an ID? No, I don't either, because they didn't exist. So if all of a sudden there are a flood of people who are willing to pay $40 to lie about their address to park in Shorewood, and again, revenue that our village would be getting, and I don't know, we're coming. So what's the intention here of this parking, overnight parking? It's to simplify for staff. It's to provide a service for our residents, and it's also to make this a better and more attractive place to live. We're not trying to make this the parking mecca here, but there are, so let's stick to what we're trying to do. And we've heard from staff that verifying residency is onerous. I don't know how many different ways we want to ask that question. But, and again, if someone lies about their address and are later found out, I mean, I believe, maybe I'm mistaken, we can make this hella punitive, right?
I think
so. I think that are we ready to agree on some of the basics here, guys?
One question before that. I think the point is, I could agree with the 2 per unit or 2 per house, or I feel for Sarah. I feel for the administration, because what is the enforcement? It's not that people are going to be flooding to lie. It's the people that are going to be watching, just like they are right now with the outdoor, with the mask ordinance and calling in. I'm just like, you require that. What are the expectations, Sarah asked, and nobody answered for her, of enforcement? Are we enforcing this? Are we enforcing it? And I'd like to hear from our village manager, because I can't fathom how many calls we're going to get.
So,
Rebecca.
Similar to the mask, why don't you set up a form where if someone has an issue with it, they can file it. And then when you do your 6-month review, you will take a look at what we have and evaluate it.
Excellent, thank you.
I'd rather see you move forward with something so that we can actually assess what the perceived impacts are, to see if that's really what we're hearing or not. Trustee Stokebrand has her hand raised.
And so what would the enforcement mechanism be then? Would it be the police department?
No, we would not enforce. We would take complaints if people had a complaint, or if someone thought that they were abusing the system, and then we'd go back and we'd take a look at it.
Well, we can't move forward till someone makes a motion.
This won't be the only thing that we evaluate when we take a look at how a program implementation is within 6 months. It'll just be one of a number, and then we'll process improve.
How would you recommend making this motion? By amending it so 2 units, two permits per unit, and unlimited business district parking? Just looking for the recommended.
I don't think you need to say anything about the businesses.
No, just keep it open.
Or, are you trying to say 2?
I think Kathy Stokebrand could make a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 3013, an ordinance amending section 5016, night parking, allowing overnight parking permits limited to 2 per household.
Art. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, we can't have a discussion until we have a second. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by trustee Amenta. Bart.
I was just going to clarify, if that's the motion, I would probably make the amendment within section 516E2 relates to permits. I would add a section that would indicate that permits shall be limited to 2 per household. So just for clarification, that's where I would put it.
Okay, so can you write that motion?
I mean, I think
Doesn't
what
necessarily section, which section?
I mean, do we need to insert that language is what I'm asking?
No, you can, the staff can clean that up and the final proposed ordinance will be amended pursuant to the directive of the motion, which I think was relatively, which was very clear, which was to approve subject to limiting to 2 permits per household.
Trustee Carpenter. We'll go around the table one more time. Trustee Carpenter.
And I wonder if we should amend, or do we need to amend that to say that there needs to be a review, a 6-month review, you know, of the process, of the permit issuing process, just to allow us the opportunity to come back and to Rebecca's point, you know, review any issues that we've had and talk through how things are going.
Procedurally, it doesn't need to be in the motion for you to reconsider. But if you wanted that in as a placeholder or a reminder, we could put it in one of the other clauses. But no, I mean, if you pass a piece of legislation and you realize after, you know, be it a week or a month or 2 meetings or 6 years that it's not working or it wasn't working as intended, you can always repeal it. Or if you propose the legislation and it fails, it doesn't prevent it from being passed it by, you know, in the future by the board. You can always, you know, things change and you can pass legislation later that failed earlier. That's different than a motion to reconsider, which is to undo a very specific action under a very specific motion, and that wouldn't be that's a totally different thing.
Okay.
Trustee Carpenter, we're going to come back and review it. I mean, I think 6 months is a reasonable time frame. It would be 6 months in a year.
Okay, so we're gonna go around the table. Trustee Menta.
So commercial establishments can buy however many they want to park between 3 and 5.
It's not specified. It's, yeah. Well, no, this is only 2 per household. That's the limit.
Right, but commercial is a household.
I didn't address commercial sales.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
That'd be a separate amendment,
I'm just trying to clarify if that's how it would be interpreted and how it would work, since we just say 2 per household and we don't say anything per commercial occupancy, which is, I'm okay with them being able to buy as many as they want, you know. Is that how it would be interpreted, Bart?
Without it being,
because it doesn't say that non-residents can buy a permit, meaning employees, is that a problem with the wording?
It doesn't say residents anywhere, though. It just says per household.
Which would
if the intention is to allow non-residential lots to purchase permits, I would need that clarified. Because right now I would just interpret it that only residential units are allowed to purchase the permit.
And that was my intent. I think if someone wants to make a motion to amend it to allow for a commercial use, go for it.
Weren't you the original motion maker, Kathy?
I was.
You can amend it with our consent. Try.
I don't think she wants to. Do you?
Oh,
sure. I'll amend my motion. I'll offer an amendment to my motion.
You can just redo your motion, and if the second and the rest of the board agrees, we'll just accept it.
Okay.
As a different motion.
Essentially would be seeking unanimous consent to withdraw and resubmit in a different form.
I'm okay with that. Anyone not okay with that? Okay, Kathy, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move to approve ordinance 3013, an ordinance amending the section 5016 night parking to allow overnight parking in the village of Shorewood with a limit of 2 overnight parking permits per residential household and an unlimited number of overnight parking permits on the street available to commercial enterprises.
A second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I am going to support the motion because I think we need to get something passed, but I'm apologizing to the staff because I think it's going to be an administrative nightmare. And I do think that when you redo your budget proposals, you're going to need to put something in there for Duncan. Any other discussion? Trustee Ursink?
I can support this where it's at right now.
Trustee Bockhorst?
Same.
Carpenter? All right, so
Same.
Sarah, take the roll call vote.
Okay. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Well done, guys.
Okay. Let's see, I forgot where we're at.
President Rosick,
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that I have asked for Attorney Joe Worth to reschedule with us for September 21st.
Okay, and he was,
Purposes of closed session.
okay. Thank you for letting me know. We are, where are we? Are we,
The
we are on-
policy that,
Item 1B.
no, 4B, number 2. Do we need to do number 2 now?
I'm going to move that we defer the policy to be updated in line with the discussion we just had on the ordinance and have it return at our next meeting.
Why not just approve it?
Because it has to be amended. And I don't want to go through amending it right now. Like, let's just do it and come back and vote on it next time.
Trustee, point of parliamentary procedure, couldn't we have, or order, couldn't we just have it reflect the ordinance that was just passed?
Correct.
Well, I made a motion if there's a second.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat your motion, please?
Just that we defer, that we ask staff to update it in line with what we just said and that we bring it back next meeting.
Do we have a second? Okay, motion fails. Anyone have a motion? I'll make a,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to adopt policy 39, overnight parking permissions, with changes made by staff to reflect the ordinance passed just prior. I don't know how to say this, but passed. That was the ordinance that was passed.
Ordinance 3013.
Would that be sufficient, Nathan?
Could you repeat that? I was trying to take it down.
I got it. It's to pass policy 39 with changes made by staff to reflect the ordinance amendments of 3013.
Second.
So to pass policy 39 with amendments.
With amendment changes.
With the changes.
With the amendment changes to ordinance 3013.
Just changes.
I think for the record, or for the minutes, we should be a little more specific in the motion so that someone reading the minutes could understand.
Could you make that motion for us?
Could you perhaps just reference the motion of 4B1, the language within 4B1?
I can just basically copy the motion from 4B1, insert it with that language, if everyone's okay with that.
I believe that was the intention, correct?
Yes. Okay, was there a second?
Yep, trustee Ursing second.
Oh, okay. Any further discussion? All right, go ahead and take the roll call.
President Rosick,
Yes.
trustee Bachhorst,
Yes.
trustee Carpenter,
Yes.
trustee Ursing,
Yes.
trustee Menta,
No.
trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to 4B3 for the resolution. Anyone have a motion?
I move to approve resolution 2020-30 for amending fees within the village fee schedule relative to on-street and off-street overnight parking and daytime and 24-hour parking within off-street lots.
Okay. Anyone want to second that?
Second.
Further discussion?
I have a question, as she wants it as drafted, right? Because that will include the 40-30 prices, correct?
As just adopted, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it has the 40-30 in it.
Do you want to just put that in the order, just to make it crystal clear? Do you want to put it in the motion?
It's written, it is in the resolution. Are we changing anything? It's what's stated in the resolution.
Okay.
I don't know. Are we changing anything, or is it what's in the resolution, right?
Oh, okay. Go ahead with the rule. We have a motion and a second. Do we have a second?
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Trustee Stokebrand will second. Will you take the roll call?
Trustee Stokebrand,
Aye.
trustee Carpenter,
Aye.
trustee Menta,
Aye.
trustee Bachhorst,
Yes.
trustee Ursing,
Yes.
president Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right. We are now up to 4, special order of business C. Consider ordinance 3013, an ordinance repealing and replacing section 319-11.2, face covering requirements during the COVID-19 pandemic of Article 2, General Regulations of Chapter 319, Health and Sanitation of the Shorewood Municipal Code. Rebecca?
Included in your packet is an ordinance that was drafted by Attorney Bayer pursuant to the board's request at our meeting in August, and it's coming to you tonight for consideration.
Can I just have 30 seconds?
Yes. Attorney
Okay.
Bayer.
Just to kind of recap, the board originally passed an ordinance that for the most part required masks indoors. Since that time, there was additional order issued by the governor that related to masks in what they refer to as enclosed spaces that also included some outdoor areas such as outdoor bars, restaurants, taxis, public transit, ride-sharing vehicles, those types of things. There was some discussion by the board that there was concern that if this was overturned and challenged in court, if we at least had a local ordinance that was similar to or mirrored a number of things in the state order, that based upon the prior court rulings and the Supreme Court ruling would still be valid. The other main question was whether or not that aside from those enclosed spaces that are essentially outdoors, such as outdoor restaurants and bars and things like that, whether in general there should be a requirement that when social distancing, even outdoors, is not possible, whether we should, as a village, pass a requirement that even if you're outside, you need to have a mask if you're within 6 feet. So that's really the policy question. So the way that it's written now, I've synthesized all of the prior requirements that were in the existing village ordinance and synthesized it with the additional requirements from the governor's order. And so the two basic policy questions are if you want to keep that new enclosed space requirement on page, I'm trying to figure out what page this is. I think it's page 2 of the ordinance. Unfortunately, it's not popping up on the page in the board packet where it defines enclosed space. And then right below that,
59.
thank you very much, where it says face coverings are, and then it's either strongly recommended in all other settings, including outdoors, where it's not possible to maintain physical distancing. Your decision there is to either leave it like that or simply require a mask even outdoors in all areas where greater less than 6 feet is maintained. So those are kind of the two kind of touchstones, if you will, on decisions that need to be made, how to synthesize. The other thing is that you could be happy with what is existing already and decide to make no changes. But the reason that it's repeal and replace was merely because when you melded these two together, it affected the numbering and it affected a number of other things in the definition section of the original ordinance that when we give this to the people that codify it into our existing code, this is just cleaner and it reduces the chance for any errors in the translation, if you will. So the fact that it says repeal and replace doesn't mean that you're repealing your prior mandate. It just means that you're essentially expanding it and incorporating it into some new requirements.
Okay. Trustee Carpenter and then Trustee Bachhorst, and I'm gonna run to get my medication and I'll be right back. Go ahead.
So just for clarification, in a outdoor restaurant, because I think that, where'd it go? That's considered like an enclosed space. Are you required then to wear your face covering except for when you're eating? So if you're sitting at your table, you need to have your mask on except for when you're eating or drinking?
That's correct.
Really? Because in Milwaukee, that's not the case, nor in any other part of the state in which I've been. Doesn't say actively eating or drinking. Doesn't specify like masticating or swallowing.
I know at some other locations in Milwaukee that's required, but I just wanted to clarify if that was the expectation here.
Well, again, the language came from the governor's mandate and the latest order, and I don't know how else. I mean, it's really, I suppose, it's a question of interpretation. But if it says if it specifically requires that the protective mask covering be used in the enclosed spaces, which is specifically defined as outdoor bars, outdoor restaurants, taxis, public transits, etc. And then the only exception is the exceptions under sub C are when you're eating or drinking, and that's all it says. Then it becomes down to a matter of interpretation. Because otherwise, if you didn't have to have it on when you were in there, what would the point be of having the requirement in closed spaces anyway? So, I don't know. I mean, there probably will be some sort of challenge to one of these somewhere, and we'll learn how a court interprets the definitions. But, I don't know. Using the normal tenets of construction that are normally used, I don't know. I don't know how else you could interpret it.
Thank you.
Trustee Stokely, did you have a question?
Yeah, it seems to me that, the minute they bring the glass of water and set it on the table, you can take your mask down because you can say, I'm having a drink of water. I will move to approve ordinance 3013.
Second.
I asked for one small detail because we just approved ordinance 3013. If you could make it 3014, that would be great.
Okay, we can make that change. So we have a a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I had one simple question just at the end when we talking about face coverings and the purpose of wearing a mask, and then the penalty, it always struck me as weird is we're going to provide social distancing education. That's not the same as why we wear a mask. Why is that the penalty? Why is that the educational penalty? Why isn't it, you know, education about not wearing masks? But they just don't relate.
Why don't we amend it to add appropriate social distancing education and education on the benefits of wearing a mask? Like, let's just add it.
Yeah, sounds good.
It makes no correlation, but okay. Sounds good to me. So if we can add that to the motion, does anybody object?
Nope. I'm not sure about having education as a penalty.
I know. Those will provide a
maybe my 14 at the first day of school, my 14-year-old would agree that it's a penalty, but I don't know.
Especially an erudite Shorewood. Oh, don't educate me here.
Let's threaten to educate people.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Would you like to reread the motion and then we'll take a vote?
It's to approve ordinance 3014, an ordinance repealing and replacing section 319-11.2 face covering requirements during the COVID-19 pandemic of Article 2, general regulations of Chapter 319, health and sanitation of the municipal code, and to send the appropriate social distancing education and education of masking benefits.
Go ahead and take the roll call.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. We'll move on to the next agenda, which is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion by Trustee Bockhorst, second by Trustee Ursink. Are there any items that we would like removed? Trustee Carpenter.
Sorry, I'm trying to look. It is item 5D, the committee and commission appointments.
Okay. Any other? Trustee Menta.
Item 5A, B, and C.
A, B, and C. So we have A, B, C, and D removed so far. Any other? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with A, B, C, and D removed. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We will now take up consent agenda 5A. Was that you, Trustee Menta?
Yeah, that was me. I had a couple questions on the accounts. On page 2, which I'm trying to get to. I don't know if Mark is still on the call. Is Mark still on the call? He's not on the call.
No, I don't believe so.
There's something under general fund manager, fraud to be reversed, Microsoft Store, in the amount of $2,769.
Yep. So on Tyler's credit card, there was a fraudulent charge that we are disputing.
So it's just from random, somebody got his credit card number?
Yes. I'm not sure how or what have you, but it's being disputed.
And on page 6, lifeguards, COVID and crowd assistance management, 3,821. So is that the total of the additional amount added to that contract in order to manage the number of people at the beach?
I don't know if that's the total amount in entirety, but I'd be happy to follow up and let the board know.
Okay, and then I just had a question on page 14 under TID 3. I'll call Mark and ask him about that tomorrow.
Okay.
It's okay. Okay,
You wanna defer this? Oh, sorry.
I'll move approval of the chart, the accounts, chart of accounts, whatever.
Again.
Trustee Bachhorst, did you second? Yep, okay. We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And we'll move on to 5B. Trustee Menta.
I believe these minutes were the ones done via contract.
Correct.
You know, I guess I'd just like to defer them to the next meeting. There's
I'll
things
second that.
Things that didn't make sense and things that are not, you know, board oversight of the police department had been proposed by the HRC. I'm not sure that that's true. A housing study was also needed. I mean, we just did a housing study. I don't know. I just
go ahead and defer them. Do we have?
But truthfully, I don't want to take the time to go through them and correct them. So I'm not sure what to do.
Could I offer a proposal then? I'll make a motion if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay.
So I move that we defer the minutes and that if any of us have suggestions for edits, we send them to Tyler, is it? Or Sarah?
Me.
Or Rebecca?
Sarah.
Me.
There.
And then just annotate who made the suggestion. How about that?
Sure.
Sorry, I don't mean to create more staff time on minutes, but I agree with Trustee Amenta. They were a little confusing and I was going to actually abstain because I don't feel comfortable voting on these. So there's that.
Okay. Or I'll second that.
All right. There's a motion and a second. I just want to know, do we have a final cost for the three?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can get that and send it out.
Oh, okay, great. All right. Does anybody have any further discussion?
Rosick, I have a question. President Rosick.
Trustee Sokbrand.
So I'm just wondering, was the vendor told, did the vendor watch so they could see the name of the person so there's attribution?
Yes. They watched the YouTube video.
But they didn't, like, so they just, it looks like a free form narrative with no attribution, which is critical for minutes, right? I mean, I don't think we should pay extra. I mean, I think this should be part of, you know, farming it out is getting attribution.
Well, we've had a lot of we've had many and long discussions about minutes, and
yes, thank you.
One of the issues has been
that you're not allowed to put names.
Yeah, that we try not to put names, like just say, oh, the board discussed this issue or that issue, because why? I can't remember, because we don't want people I don't know.
Grandstanding.
Well,
this is not for our political re-election campaigns. This is for the public.
Okay, then I guess I don't understand how we're going to correct the minutes without attribution. So
Well, maybe I can amend my motion to say this will go to whatever committee you guys are in that I'm not in for discussion. Oh shoot, Kathy, you're in my committees. No, forget it.
I think a committee is not a bad idea, actually.
Special committee.
So, Rebecca, do we have minutes coming up on any of our future agenda items?
Trustee Amenta, you and I can do it.
Trustee Bachhorst, please, I'm asking.
Sorry.
Manager Ewald, do we have that on any future agenda? I know it's been a point of contention for the board for some time.
It's on the list, but we don't have it specifically identified yet.
I mean, you know, there's some issues like on the next one where it says, and I know I really doubt that Trustee Ursink actually said this. Well, Trustee Ursink commended the village police and Chief Nimmer on their work in the past 2 weeks. I mean, I know he did say that in being part of the protests. I don't think they were part of the protest, and handling the excessive amount of police in the community. I mean, you know, there's stuff in here that is like.
Well, the next sentence the next sentence makes it sound like I'm questioning his philosophy, like it, which I did ask, but the way it's worded makes it seem like I'm questioning I'm questioning him. It's just kind of worded weird. And I saw that too. I was going to bring that up, but I figured whatever.
I don't know. I don't really know what to do. I mean, I guess, yeah, we can all take a shot at it. But I also would suggest maybe we just need, there are programs now on your phone that will just make a transcript. I mean, maybe we'd be better off just having a transcript,
I recommend that for items of future consideration.
All right, but yeah, okay. So let's defer both of these, or this one, to the next meeting, and we can each individually make comments. Was that your motion?
Yeah.
Yep, you seconded it.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's just do that.
Carpenter? Trustee Carpenter, did you have anything to say?
I was just going to say that I thought that the minute discussion was slated to be on a cow, if I remember correctly.
It is. We just haven't set exact timing for it.
Okay.
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. It's
Nope.
prioritize that timing of it.
But for now, we do have these, and we will, the motion is to defer. All those in favor, or do we need a roll call? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So then we move on to 5D.
C.
Like dog, right? Carpenter.
No, C like cat.
C. I thought we, oh, okay. I thought we.
See, yeah, I moved to defer to the next meeting. Same thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought, okay. So same motion as before. Trustee Bachhorst now, our second.
Wait, is this for C as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A through C, yes. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So now we are on 5D dog. Consider board committee commission appointments. Trustee Carpenter.
So there were several appointments that were in for tonight, and there have been a couple of residents, as well as the chair of one of the committees, that had reached out to myself and would like to have some conversation. So I was just wanting to make a motion that we delay this to the next meeting to allow those conversations to happen.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to point out Catherine Cam, who's listed as an alternate for a design review board, no longer lives in Shorewood.
Yep, we did some research. That is, she's the second alternate, if I remember correctly, and that is, according to state statute, allowed. Because she was on the board, she would only be called in absolute necessity to meet quorum.
Did she say she would do that?
Yes, we've had a conversation with her.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Oh, okay. But wouldn't we have enough residents that would want to be in that position? So anyway.
No.
You'd be surprised.
So we didn't have anybody else apply for design review board. Enough people apply, so Catherine's on. I know people that applied that aren't on that list.
She's the second alternate. There are some states, and I don't have them off the top of my head, but
it has to be previous member.
Right.
So they can't be a new member. It's just to make quorum. So they've had to have served the term.
Okay.
Make quorum in case we don't have enough members, so they don't have to cancel the meeting. Yeah.
The alternatives. Very odd. It's state
So
statute.
I would ask that if you could approve the ones that don't need to be discussed. Some of the boards and committees are having quorum issues, so if we could approve the ones that could go forward, that would really be appreciated by staff.
Tyler.
Yeah, I see Kendra Carey's on the call. I know she was being recommended for Conservation Committee, and I think she's been on the call since 7:30.
Yeah.
So out of respect to her, if it'd be okay, I would appreciate her to be considered for appointment since she's been on the call for this long.
How would you go about doing that since they're all under one
Just I'll move the appointment of Kendra Carey to the Conservation Committee.
But
Second.
okay.
Could we also get the design review board, please?
Let's just vote on them separately then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We have a motion. Let's vote.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve Kendra to the Conservation Committee. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Welcome, Kendra, to this world.
Welcome, Kendra.
Thank you.
She may want to resign after.
Not yet.
Run,
Great.
Kendra.
I don't know what I signed up for. Just kidding.
Conservation is great. You'll have fun.
Thank you.
I'll move Larry Pachevsky, Nick Carnahan as an alternate, and Catherine Kam as an alternate to the Design Review Board.
And reapproval of Ryan O'Connor. Thanks.
And the reappointment of Ryan O'Connor to the Design Review Board.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Menta, second by trustee Carpenter. All those in favor say aye.
Oh, second, that's the back horse, but that's okay.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. You seconded it at the same time. Okay, anything else for now? Okay, then we will move on. Do we need to vote on deferring that? Right?
I move to defer the rest.
Do something. Yeah, yes, Ewald.
Do we need, maybe trustee Carpenter, is there a time that we should allow for this?
I think the next meeting, so the 21st.
And do we have a packed meeting? So if it didn't happen on the 21st, is it okay if we extend it to the next available meeting?
Just a consent agenda.
Yeah, I mean, it could, yeah, I think it could just be on consent.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
But we, just point of order, we do need some kind of motion, don't we? Because we.
I move to defer the item, whatever, to
remaining appointments
to the next available meeting.
I'll second.
Motion to defer, and a second by Carpenter. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll move on now to 7, public hearing. Is there any public hearings tonight?
There is.
All right, so 7A, public hearing for the proposed discontinuance of a portion of unimproved right-of-way on the west side of North Kramer Street at the southwest intersection of North Kramer Street and East Menlo Boulevard. Yes. Bart.
I can provide a brief overview. I'm not sure if anyone is actually here to speak on the topic, but this discontinuance was introduced back on July 6th in front of the village board per state statute. We needed to introduce it first and then schedule the public hearing. We selected September 8th for the public hearing. In general, this relates to the discontinuance of excess right-of-way on the Kramer side of this particular property at 1821 East Menlo. The discontinuance would transfer 14 feet of that excess right-of-way to the property owner and normalize the intersection of the property line so that the 4-foot, the property line would start 4 feet behind the sidewalk, as is more typical. The staff believes the reason for this unusual situation was based on the original plat of the area, which showed that Kramer Street would not extend through Menlo, and so it's just an original platting error. The board did approve a special privilege for the resident who lives there to install a retaining wall and a fence currently, and so this would just formalize the transfer of that right-of-way to private property. The Plan Commission did review this at their August meeting and recommended approval.
Great. Thank you, Bart. Trustee Carpenter and then trustee Ursink.
I move to approve resolution 2020-22, a resolution to discontinue a portion of unimproved right-of-way on the west side of North Kramer Street at the southwest intersection of North Kramer Street and East Menlo Boulevard.
Excuse me for just a quick second. Before we do that, was there any, if there wasn't anyone to speak during the public hearing portion, can we just, for the record, note that the public hearing portion is closed?
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
If you were to speak during the public hearing, we don't know of any, Sarah, correct? Okay, so so noted. And now we can make our motion.
We have a motion.
Oh, and a second. Okay. All those in favor?
I have a question. When we talked about vacating right of way under the interim village manager, I was told that the utilities, that it was also for the purpose of utilities, and that you needed to check with them and make sure that they were okay with vacating the right of way and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, did we contact, is that not true? Or if it is true, did we contact the utilities? Because I thought they had to agree to vacating right of way.
With this, not within state statute is it defined that we need to contact them specifically. The village attorney did file a list pendants with the register of deeds of the county. So in theory, everyone, you know, has been notified based on that process. It might have been different if you're talking about physical street right of way or roadway where utilities are known to be located underneath there. But based on state statute, and Nathan can weigh in if he feels differently, they did not need to be specifically noticed.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent explanation, Bart. And in this particular case, one of the, it may have been that there was a discussion of why is this right of way, why is this part of the right of way? And there might have been some speculation early on that maybe it had something to do with the original plans 100 years ago for where utilities were going to go and things like that. And there's none of those concerns. Is that right, Bart, in this particular case?
Correct.
Okay.
So a utility would have some kind of lien or something, so that when you went to the Register of Deeds and posted this notice, they would be like they would have something on file that they would be notified. Is that what you're saying? How it would work?
No, I'm just saying that in this particular case, the reason that they might have created this little carve out is that they thought we might have some municipal. We might have needed access to like the sewer pipe or there might have been a water main or something down there that we might have wanted access to that turned out we didn't. So there's just this weird little carve out on this street. And Bart, you can confirm for me, I think looking at the map.
That's okay. That's not my question. Yeah. It's okay. Okay,
I think it might help to clarify. I don't believe that the discontinuance removes any sort of rights of easement. So if they have an easement there already, it would be maintained. This just transfers ownership of whoever owns the land above it. But the easement, if they had one, would be kept.
That's right. It's because it runs with the land.
Okay. Well, do we have all questions answered? If so, we have a motion and a second. Do you want to do roll call?
Yes. Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is citizens to be heard. This is an item for matters not on the agenda. Discussion may follow, comment on non-agenda items, or discussion and action may come at future meetings. Is there any citizens here tonight that would like to be heard? Sarah?
I don't see anybody with their hand up.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right, so move on to 9A, which we kind of just covered in our public hearing. Consider Resolution 2020-22, a resolution to discontinue a portion of unimproved right-of-way on the west side of North Kramer at the southwest intersection of North Kramer Street and East Menlo Boulevard. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Trustee Bachhorst.
Okay, and a second.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Or do we need a roll call? Oh, go ahead.
Didn't we already do this?
Let's see.
This is the public hearing.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye. Okay, so the motion carries 6-0.
Yes.
The next new order of business is 9B, consider resolution 2020-33, authorizing staff submission of the Wisconsin DNR Urban Forestry Grant application. Leanne?
I'll move approval of resolution 2020-33, authorizing staff submission of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources Urban Forestry Grant.
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Amenta, second by trustee Ursink. Do we need a roll call? Roll call vote?
We do. Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, motion passes 6-0. So the next item of new business is 9C, JP&L Committee Report on Citizen Complaint and Charges. Trustee Carpenter. Trustee Carpenter?
Yep. So we went through each of the charges at the JP&L committee. Wait, I just want to clarify. I'm able to discuss what we discussed as a committee and what our recommendation to the board is, correct? Yes. Okay. All right. Sorry. Just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. So we went through all 4 of the affidavits and discussed each of them. Trustee Amenta recused herself in the affidavit that was relating to herself, and all 4 of the affidavits we believe did not meet the framework and the qualifications that Attorney Bear set forth, and that were required the removal process by state statute. So the inability to perform the duties of office by gross neglect or duty, or malfeasance in office. So per our statute, we were required to send them to the full board for a vote. And that is, and Trustee Ursink and Trustee Menta, please feel free to, if I've missed anything, but that was our recommendation to the full board after reviewing the 4 affidavits. I don't know if I missed anything, guys.
Thank you for the summary. Trustee Ursink, Trustee Amenta. Anybody else on the board have questions or comments? With
I'm
that,
ready to make a motion.
go ahead, Trustee Stokebrand.
It's not up for consideration. It's just a report.
Is it just a report? Isn't that strange?
No.
Okay.
No, there's a motion.
Well,
Actually,
on the agenda, let's take a look at the agenda.
On the agenda, it only states report.
Right. And so the board, at its next meeting, if it so chooses to take further action, it can do so. If it chooses not to, it doesn't have to.
So this could be the end, or do we need to put it on a future agenda for action?
It's up to the board collectively.
Why is it up to the board? There's
could it-
either needs to be approved or it doesn't.
well, if we make the motion to accept the recommendation from JP&L, wouldn't that be, if that passes, the end of the discussion?
It's not an action. It's just.
It's not listed.
Right. There's
Well,
no, go ahead.
You can't make an action.
Mm-hmm.
So Nathan, as our attorney, please let us know. You're saying you're sure we do not need this to be relisted, right?
I'm looking at the agenda right now. Yeah, right, exactly. So it does say, let's see here. Oh, report on citizen complaint charges, which we've just had a very good, succinct summary of the discussion that took place in JP&L. From there, the board can now digest the report of the JP&L committee and decide whether or not, if the board believes that further action needs to be taken, then a full hearing under Chapter 17 of the Wisconsin statutes is warranted, despite the recommendation of JP&L that they found that there wasn't essentially enough evidence to move forward. Someone could take that up and ask that it be placed on a future agenda item, or if no one sees fit to move forward in that regard, it may be finished tonight. It's up to the board as to what it wants to do. But tonight it was listed as a JP&L committee report, which we've had, and any future action would be taken up at a different meeting.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is 9D, consider communication for emergency procedures. Rebecca?
I'd be happy to start. This was an item that went to the Public Safety Committee, and Trustee Stokebrand is the Public Safety Committee Chair. Trustee Stokebrand, do you want to take lead, or I'm happy to proceed in whatever manner you'd prefer.
Why don't you report out and the vote that was taken, whether we always are supposed to put the vote for the committee. Thank you for reminding me that.
It was 3-0 to recommend the emergency procedure to the village board for action and be placed as a part of the communication plan.
Okay. And if Trustee Stokebrand, if you want to give us this.
No, that's fine, Rebecca. I'm sorry, I was muted. Please proceed.
Oh, sure. So included in your packet is a procedure that will be included within the communication plan that incorporates really, in essence, what our existing ordinance specifies. And then it also just kind of calls out how that will be used and how myself or the police chief would communicate with the chief elected official for purposes of that communication, and how the rest of the board would also be engaged.
All right. Does anybody on the board have any questions? Trustee Amenta.
Yeah, when this came up originally, I don't know, maybe I was the only one who had the concern, but when we're in situations like this and we have the media calling us, you know, in a larger organization, we'd have someone designated as a public information officer who is the one who is designated to deal with the media. And, you know, I think that that's another aspect of this that I was hoping we would consider, because, you know, I mean, of course, we're all politicians, and if someone calls us and we want to give a statement, that's perfectly appropriate. But, you know, it's helpful to know what the official position of the village is, and for us to kind of, you know, if you know, for us to not that we have to unify around it, but at least so we know what it is. And I just think in terms of dealing with the media in situations, emergency situations, we don't, it's come up a couple of times, and we don't have any plan or any procedure, you know, for how we're going to do it. And it's bitten us a couple of times, and I think we should, maybe not right now, but I was hoping that this would be stimulus for us to start thinking about that and drafting something and coming up with a procedure for dealing with the media.
President Rozak, Trustee Stokebrand has her hand raised.
Oh, sorry, I can't see that on my screen for some reason. Trustee Stokebrand.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Amenta, and in the meeting minutes from August 3rd, I think you can see that I talked about needing to address communications with the public, and in my view, that means through the media also. And so what I'm hoping, I'm waiting for the police department organizational study, because I think this is one of the areas where I would like to talk to the consultant and get information from him about what he would recommend for a department and a village staff of our size.
Trustee Bockhorst.
I still think we could move forward with this aspect and bring the rest of that in at a later date. And what we discussed in committee, and it was a 3-0 vote, as we said before, is that this allows Rebecca the opportunity, if you know any of us are unreachable. So President Rozak, if you're not reachable within whatever time frame she deems at that point, and she needs to go down the line in sequence of what's it called? it's not the right word, but our positions, our chairpersonships, that they are able to effectively do that. So I don't see these as mutually exclusive. I feel that we could go ahead with this and then add on that secondary aspect later on.
Thank you. Yeah, the one thing that I do like, and I just want to point out to the other board members is, and I had talked a little bit about this to Rebecca, was if we're not available and it's an emergency, she has the authority. I mean, she runs the village. So I think the last paragraph, the last statement on there is pretty welcomed, in my opinion, for whether I'm on the board or not on the board. I feel safe knowing that, yeah, it might be the president's responsibility or board members, you know, to be in consultation with board members, but in the end, the village manager needs to make a call, you know, at some point. And so I am very happy that nobody has objected to saying she can make that call at the end if we're not available, or even if it hasn't been 30 minutes. And so I just wanted to point that out. Anybody else want to have a comment? Otherwise, I can entertain a motion. I heard just Trustee Carpenter.
Yes, so I was going to make a motion that I move to approve the emergency communication procedure and insert the procedure within the communications policy.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Trustee Carpenter.
I did just want to say, I do think that there is some room and some opportunity for what Trustee Stokebrand and what Trustee Menta were saying regarding the media. And I think that that is something that we should continue this conversation and continue the dialogue to include in the communication policy. But I do think getting this and having a plan in place can be done separately as well.
I agree with all three of the trustees that have mentioned that. I frequently get calls from the media and I forward them to Rebecca. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do, but I certainly don't want to be the only trustee, you know, or the only board member responding. I don't think it would go over well. So I forward them on. And I don't know if that's right or wrong, but I think that conversation and having some sort of policy that, you know, what do we say if they call? What if 3 channels are calling you? What if there's a camera in your face? That would be great for our entire board to talk about with our top administrators. All right. Anything else on that topic? So we have a motion and a second. Did we vote? Not yet. So do you want to take the vote, Sarah?
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachler.
Aye. Aye, sorry.
Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, great. Let's see what we got left. So now we have 9E, consider board member representation on Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee. Rebecca.
So, we're looking for 2 representatives from the board to participate in the EDI committee, and I'm here to seek those 2 people tonight.
Now, I would love to volunteer, but I just want to be clear, last time we did talk about this, I believe you said you needed young, I don't remember, it was people in their first term, or I can't remember the full conversation, and I just don't want to overstep.
Sure. So anyone from the board, and any 2 people, we're looking for any 2 people of the board. I think what you may have been reflecting on was we had taken the proposal for how to proceed and the protocol to use to the Unlearning Racism class that we had attended, and asked for their feedback. And there was just a comment made that they were hoping that some, you know, the 2 individuals involved would be able to see the project through. So for the term of this project, we're looking for the next 12 months of when we'd be working for our first step, to take the first step with the EDI, but then I would envision that the work would go beyond that as we look to build this into the culture aspect of our organization. But however the board decides to proceed is completely within the purview of the board.
Well, I
So
will
we're just looking
defer
for two.
colleagues at this time. Does anybody want to volunteer to be part of the committee?
I mean, I would definitely volunteer.
I'm available.
All right, so we have 2 trustees. Is everyone okay with that? We've got Ursink and Stokebrand. That's
And then, sorry, I just have a question.
Yeah.
So and then the Ursink and Stokebrand would bring back the this program to the rest of the board after their 12 months, or because I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
They would participate on the EDI committee as representatives from the board, but they would also be, I think what's important about having board representation is that when this concludes and we do come back with a final recommendation in terms of how to proceed for a next step, that we have that continuity with members of the board, so that if there are additional questions or perspectives that are there to be had, there's a direct conduit in addition to staff amongst the board members.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, do we need to make a motion for that?
Yes, please.
And then just one quick thing. If something comes up and let's say last second I cannot do it, Jessica, is this something that you may be interested in, or anybody else? I guess me and
I mean, the question though, you know, my term is up. So that, I mean, I'm very interested in participating in it, but you know, and my term is up in April, so I just, you know, love to be able to predict the future, but I can't. So I just want to be, you know, clear on that.
Okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to make a motion to appoint Trustee Ursink and Stokebrand to the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee? I'll make the motion. Does anyone want to second it?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Carpenter. Any further discussion?
I just had a question.
Sure.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
No, good.
Do we need roll call? Let's do roll call. Go ahead.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Great. Now we're going to move into officer reports or board reports. And there's a proclamation here that I have for recognizing the Public Art Committee for signaling history, signal box artwork. Do I need to read the whole proclamation into the file? Nope. Okay. So I just want to note that it is in the file and it will be in the minutes. I also just want to make the announcement that 2020 has been the year of the unexpected, as we all have known. And it absolutely has affected my health, my finances, my small business, my family, and my family's and my own ability to be with my mother at the end of her life. So for these personal reasons, I'm not going to be seeking re-election in April for village president of Shorewood. I do, however, want to thank each and every one of my colleagues on this board, as well as at the administration, for this tremendous opportunity. It was the best moment of my life to become the first village president as a female. I think together we have accomplished a lot in a short period of time, and I am definitely damn proud of it. So thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to continuing serving until April, but I will not be seeking re-election. And with that, I will move on to village trustee reports. Does anyone have a report?
I do.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we had a special League of Wisconsin Municipalities executive board meeting to discuss equity and training for municipalities across the state, because there is a high need right now for a variety of things. And so I just wanted to give an update that we have allocated, I believe it was $100,000, which I know is a drop in the bucket, but it's a start in order for the league to provide services to the municipal members, which are almost all of the 600 some municipalities. So we'll have more information once that's better designed, but we have committed the resources and are actively looking for organizations that will help us with that. So just wanted to provide that update.
Excellent, thank you. Any other trustee reports tonight? If not, I'll move on to the village manager. No report? Okay, items for future consideration. Did we have one tonight? I can't remember.
I had one, President Rozek, but I'll bring it back next time.
Is it?
We had the talking about media and press relations.
Oh, right. So does someone want to make a motion to put that on a future agenda and then we can take a vote?
I'll move to consider at a future agenda developing some policies and procedures regarding media and press relations.
Second.
Okay, motion by Amenta, second by trustee Bachhorst. Any further comments? Seeing none, do we need a roll call?
Sure. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rozek.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
So trustee Bachhorst, if you would like to defer your item till the next agenda.
I will, but I don't have my stuffs over at the other desk. I'm too tired.
Okay, and then there's one other one by trustee Ursink.
Yeah, so I'm kind of in the same boat here. I had a conversation today with Jennifer Francis, who runs the parks, and they are, there's been a groundswell of people that want to consider closing the section of Esterbrook Parkway permanently for an active street purposes. And speaking with Jen Francis today, she said MKE Parks is not considering that right now, and but they said that Esterbrook Parkway has been the most successful and active of the active streets, and they would be interested in potentially closing it off next summer. So the farmers market could use it and it could continue to be an active street in the summer. I think there are a lot of people that are interested in utilizing the space in winter as for like cross-country skiing or, snowshoeing, that sort of thing. But I'm not quite sure what this board can actually do, outside of recommending the closure of Esterbrook Parkway. So, it's something that I'm going to keep talking about. And if there's something that I think we can do to influence that, I'd bring it back here and we could all discuss it. But right now, I'm not quite sure that's the direction that MK Parks is going to head.
Okay, trustee Carpenter.
Can I ask a question about it? So I'm just curious though, if it was the most utilized active street in the program, why would they not consider keeping it closed?
I guess it's just not on their radar. I think if we came together and we voted to recommend closing, they would have to talk about it. So I spend a lot of time in that park, and I think it would be just a valuable asset for our community to be able to close that off. It's been terrific for the environment and I think for the community. So, I guess if it's something that everybody wants to, feels like, our voice could, collectively influence them, then I'd be all for it. So I'd just be interested in what the rest of the board kind of thinks about that.
I mean, I would be for it. I think it's been wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought the road kind of bisects the park, and it's a narrow park. And if we didn't have that road, actually, if we took out the concrete, and I just think it would really add to the park. But there is the ADA issue also. So, that makes it tough.
Mm-hmm.
I personally like the fact that there is a access through. It's what made me notice it when I first moved here. It gives it exposure, it gives it access. So I don't know about the width of it or the not necessary that we need the whole road, but I do at this point think that it adds some value to have access through the park for traffic.
I would like to mention that the county budget hearing process has begun. So I don't know where this falls in that, but maybe I should have said this before, but if anyone's interested in that, that does, affect all of this as well, so.
As far as them making a decision on this particular.
There's a monetary aspect. It's probably too late to get anything introduced, but I guess I'm just throwing that in as an aside since the county's budget does direct us or does affect us in many ways.
And they have moved back the barricades, so all of the parking lots are accessible. The dog park is accessible. So, we've just been having issues with people driving through, moving barricades and driving through. So I think the concept of permanent closure would be to make that not possible anymore, because there's nothing worse than running or biking and all of a sudden a car just comes speeding through Estabrook Park, So, but if you guys want it, so I go out for late night bike rides, and 11:30 or 12 o'clock at night before I go to bed, sometimes I go through Estabrook Park. Nobody's in it, but then there's always like a dozen baby deer, just right at that southern end, just kind of walking in the street and eating. So if you guys ever want to just go in there, and they're not really afraid of people, so you could just basically walk right past them and they don't necessarily move. So it's pretty cool.
I would support keeping it closed. I know there've been a few people who have sent probably all of us emails opposing the closure, but as someone who uses it almost every day to take our dog to the dog park, it's so much safer with that street closed. I think there was any way to possibly slow people down, even though they tried those speed bumps some summers. It was so dangerous. So I would support closing it permanently too. Thank you.
So I guess, it sounds like there is, a pretty, for the most part, interest in making that recommendation. Rebecca, how would you handle that then? How would we move forward?
Well, usually Rebecca, tell me if I'm wrong, but on an item for future agenda, since it's listed, we make the motion to put it on a future agenda. We get a second and then we vote on it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion. Would it be make a motion to bring it back then to discuss it at a future meeting?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to move to consider permanent closure of Estabrook Parkway. I'd like to move to consider recommending permanent closure of Estabrook Parkway at a future meeting.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for a future agenda item. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. 6, are we still 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just make an announcement? Quick. So Monday we have our first detailed budget meeting, and it's a biggie because we're going to go through the general fund and the capital budget, and utilities are less so. But I think everybody should try to think about where they want to end up in terms of percentage increase in levy, and this is really the most meaty part. So take some time to look at the budget and have some suggested.
Do we have worksheets that you can distribute before that? Remember last year gave us some idea of where we could pencil in some ideas that we have, or just to see if we can get down to what we wanted.
Do we have what?
Those worksheets from the first time we tried to get to a 0% budget.
Like how much you have to cut to get to a certain percentage?
Yep. And then you would write, like we knew if we took garbage off the tax roll, it would deduct 500,000, and then you were down. Remember, and you could get all the way down to 0.
Well, let me talk to Mark. So you're asking for specific suggestions for reducing, right?
We did that the first year that you became budget. Mm-hmm.
All right, let me talk to Mark about that, and we'll try to get that out by the end of the week.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, anything further? Any other announcements? If not, our closed session has been deferred. Is that correct, Rebecca? Yes, Rebecca.
Yes, because it has been listed on the agenda, could I just have a motion to defer it to September 21st?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have to do a roll call? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Bachhorst, second by Carpenter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Have a great night, guys.
Good night.
Everybody,
Thank
good night.